Oh, the mic was muted. Hello, welcome to the new stream, guys. I hope everything is good. I think running Twitch Studio on the background, it it's lagging, bro. Let's see how it goes on low graphics. Any changes? It looks same. Yeah, no changes. Just a warm up for like 5 minutes. Not 3 minutes. Hello. Hey, someone just joined. Thank you for joining, bro. It's a new thing on Twitch. Thanks, but do subscribe. I think it's all good now. Enough of it here. Let's jump on to the real thing. Something real. After like I played yesterday for like maybe 30-40 deathmatch. Did a lot of practice, lot of it. And then first match I play, I lost. 32 kills, I lost. F it, bro, F it.
Match found.
Seriously, I have decided that if this doesn't work out, then I will leave this and do something, bro. So let's test it out today. If it's working or not. Today it's silver. It's either silver or it's goodbye.
They have no idea how hard.
Thanks for joining, man. Where are you from? Who's watching? It's my I like second stream on Twitch. So do share and subscribe. I don't know what to say on like Twitch, and I'm also doing it on YouTube. On YouTube, I do it regularly from like last year. So there have been like it's my maybe 600 video over there. Do check out my time gaming on YouTube. So it's not picked. Okay.
Match found.
I want to play in that North America servers where they have like those guys, you know, the competitive guys. Cause in here in this server I play, the Mumbai server, the people are not that. I mean, they play good, yeah, they are good, but I'm saying I don't
भाई
think
डॉज
they
करेंगे
play
यार सॉरी
that much competitive. What, bro? Why?
अरे हमारा एक बंदा किक हो गया गलती से
Okay, bye. Good night, bye. Bye, subscribe,
Sorry.
bro. भाई एक साथ स्टार्ट कर देना यार, क्या पता मैच मेकिंग हो जाए. And I checked on Twitch, it's like they have lots of options and good studio setup kind of thing, bro. The whole Twitch studio is a different app in it, bro. YouTube better, way better than YouTube. I mean YouTube studio. In YouTube, like you have to use, for Twitch you use you don't have to use third party, you like use Twitch itself to stream, and they have like lots of options,
Match found.
very easy to use. And in YouTube they have very complicated thing like copy, link, paste, all of that. It's not easy for a new guy, but Twitch is very easy to set up, and I find it better than YouTube for streaming. And they have worked a lot on their software. Bro, you want to pick Reina, bro?
बता दूं वो चेंबर भी खेल लेंगे फिनिश भी खेल लेंगे
हाँ मान लो, खेल लो भाई. चैम्बर मेरे को नहीं आता ब्रो.
तो
They have no idea how heartless I am.
Good guys, good guys. Not one of those who doesn't let you pick duelist, and if you pick instantly then they gonna say bad things to you in the whole game. Hello bro, Dictator. Thanks for joining, man. How are you, bro? Welcome to the stream. Silver.
I will soon
Oh, silver guys are coming in
with fire.
bronze lobby, bro. What the heck? This is very dull, bro. These graphics seems like no colors in life. Very dull. Let's change this, bro. What's in medium? Yeah, something changed. Medium is good. What's in high? Everything changed? Oh, lots of things, bro. In low, this thing doesn't appear. It's all gone, I guess, right? No, it is, but there is some no colors. Let's put it on mid. Let's go, let's go, let's go. B plant, bro.
हाँ ब्रो तू ही है
One enemy remaining.
चेंबर देखो पीछे देखो बहुत लोग
Nice.
You didn't expect it to work.
Good one, good one. Ronald Jonathan, talk louder, bro. I can't hear you. Okay, man. I was trying not to disturb my neighbors.
Nice.
You know, when they get angry, then they're gonna come over and they're gonna like call the police or what for me for shouting and waking up their baby.
Barrier created.
They have a baby like 2 years old, bro. And when I shout here on people not playing good, he wakes up and cry whole night. And they came once. They have come like 2 times and asked me to either speak slowly or put something like which the sound doesn't, you know, go out of this room. But it's a big hall, so sound goes out, man. It's a big hall and it's kind of echo here.
Feeling safe.
Whoa, what the? This was seriously bullshit, bro. What the fuck? Pick my Vandal, pick my Vandal.
Last player standing.
Enemy down.
अंडर पीछे
One enemy remaining.
पीछे पीछे
Thrifty.
Bro, the strange thing is they killed with pistol, bro.
What will it be this time?
Feels bad, bro.
Have any patterns emerged yet?
Now they took my gun. I'm playing. Yes, bro. Do you have it? Remember bronze account? No, bro. I don't have bronze account, bro. And yeah, I will play solo, man. Cause you are good player, and people blame me for ranking up, bro. What you call it? Smurfing, man. I don't want to get carried. I will play a solo, bro. When I reach, what's your rank? Platinum. Then I play with you, bro. Definitely. But yesterday, man, people blame me, man. So yeah, no worries, man. And the account that I had, that is, I forgot the details for it, and someone who has it, I don't have contact of that person. What? What?
Last player
Fuck it,
standing.
fuck. Bro, telling you I'll smash them. Bro, you will. That's the problem. You will smash them, bro. That's the problem. If you smash them, then what? How I will learn? Then I will also win, you know.
Shoot the bad guys.
I don't like getting carried, man. When
ओ
someone-
भाईजान लोग मेरे साथ कोई बी में आके खेलेगा कि नहीं खेलेगा
when someone like, you know, kills for you,
फाइट छोड़ देते हैं मेरे हवाले
then it's not, I don't like that, seriously. So when I get your rank, I definitely play with you. Don't worry, it will be soon. Because today I will decide. It will be decided in today's stream. Either I go silver or either I leave this game now.
Spike down A.
What? Oh, bro. Fuck this, bro. Chamber 65 mid. Yeah, he was on the left side, Phoenix.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Mark.
लेफ्ट यहाँ था। यार मार्क करने का क्या जरूरत है यार, मतलब जहाँ पे हम मरे वहाँ पे फायर आया होगा ना, मिनी मैप पे दिख रहा होगा।
It is so hard to find partners with you.
कैसे दिखता है भाई?
मिनी मैप पे ऑन नहीं किए होगे तो फिर नहीं दिखा होगा। मिनी मैप पे दिखता है कि प्लेयर वहाँ पर है, अगर तुम्हारे प्लेयर को कोई
मिनी मैप पे कैसे दिखता है यार? ये सब टेक्नोलॉजी अपने को क्यों नहीं पता है? कहाँ है मिनी मैप?
You want to play? Let's
You want
play.
to fight it?
ये है क्या? प्लेयर की बाइंड है क्या? ऑन कर देता हूँ। Bro, they are quick.
I know exactly where you are.
Spike down mid.
एस्ट्रा आ गई हेवन विंडो के पास।
स्पाइक ड्रॉप है भाई मिड पे।
दोनों लो हैं, 90 एस्ट्रा 51 ये है।
ट्रीज के बाहर ये स्पाइक ड्रॉप है तो
One enemy remaining.
जी।
The MVP is mine. Let's do this.
Reloading.
Reloading.
MVP bro.
Cheers.
It's just this one tap which it takes, but some people are not able to do the one tap like me. अरे भाई
यार यहीं पर हैं भाई
पीछे आ
पे
जा,
क्यों के लिए
पीछे।
छोड़ रहे हो यार?
अरे पीछे हट जाया करो भाई।
अरे सबके सब आ रहे हैं, कैसे हट जाए इतना जल्दी, बताओ जरा।
Spike planted. Still inside.
A. Reloading. Watch your eyes. Down.
ब्रो बैक स्टैब ब्रो, मिड से
अंडर
मिड से आएगा। हेवन
Last player standing.
Done.
7 पे फिनिक्स, 7 पे भाई।
मैंने बताया था हेवन आएगा।
राइट नीचे मारो ऊपर मारो गॉड क्लिक कैसे मारते भाई?
Communicate. We win.
एक को ना मारो एक टाइम पे। चैम्बर अपने टीपी आगे लगा और कोई आए तो वापस आ जा, पीछे से आगे मत जा।
वही करेंगे।
पहली बार चैम्बर खेल रहा क्या?
हाँ भाई पहली बार नहीं खेल रहा बट अभी ऑलमोस्ट
बी
Go. Left to right.
there.
पिक लो मत पिक लो
एक बार में अभी तक कोई नहीं है, आगे पे ड्रॉप
चेकिंग है
एक बार अभी तक कोई नहीं होगा तो ड्रॉप में
ए पे
हाँ ट्रैप पे हुआ मेरा
ए
एक बार है
One enemy remaining. Spike down A. Flawless.
नाइस भाई मैं मर गया था
Thing they'll see before
पता नहीं
they die.
क्या हुआ मतलब
Lucky them.
तुमने मैंने छोड़ दी थी उम्मीद
मैं ऐसा रीना में ना मुझे छोड़ो रैम को कुछ और ट्राई करके देखते हैं तो सोचे फिनिक्स ले लें क्योंकि फिनिक्स रीना से पहले फिनिक्स ले जाता तो देखिए फिनिक्स ऑलरेडी एक बंदा लेके
हाँ सही है भाई ट्राई करना चाहिए बी है
Cutting their vision. Cutting their vision.
अरे
Spike planted.
अबे यार ये अलग ही चिंदर और कहीं भी कैंप करने बैठ जा रहा है
Last
अबे
player
आ गया
standing.
बता दो भाई अरे बता दिया करो यार।
नहीं हमको यहाँ पे नहीं मारा तुमको उधरते टाइम राइट साइड होता है ना और कैंप
मुंह
कर
के
रहा
पास कैसे आ गया यार सीरियसली भाई क्या मतलब
ऊपर हम
Trust me, they will make mistakes. When they do,
क्या मतलब ये गेम मेरे को छोड़ना पड़ेगा ये क्या मतलब मेरे को स्ट्रीम का टाइटल बदलना पड़ेगा क्या
Embarrass them.
Barriers created.
बी
Get in sight.
Spike planted.
You're nothing.
You are divided.
अबे यार ये दिखा ही नहीं मेरे को
Finished.
यहीं ये राइट लेफ्ट में बैठा हुआ है फिनिक्स
Last player standing.
राइट में भी चेंज कर
हाँ
Their lives are so meaningless. Might as well give them to me.
सेज इस बारी बी पे मेन पे वॉल कर दे ब्रो एकदम से आ जा रहे हैं वो कुछ नहीं कर पा रहे
गन दो भाई गन दो
एकदम से आ जा रहे
हाँ भाई
इंस्पेक्टर पहले दे इंस्पेक्टर पहले दे बाद देते
आई थिंक आई शुड हैव सेव्ड
you want to play? Let's play.
ट्री से आने का कोशिश करेंगे वो
Reload. Smoke's down.
ए गए
वन 108 एक्स्ट्रा
Enemy A.
ओए
Launching smoke.
टी है रेजर
One enemy
good
me a
one.
moment. Reloading.
It seems these strangers want me dead. Yeah.
किसी पे वैंडल का स्किन नहीं था
हाँ
लेना
hello.
वैंडल का स्किन
Need a drop. Thank you.
I need a drop.
ये जो ये स्किन्स है वैंडल के ये वाले क्या नाम ये जो इस गन का नाम क्या गया करके जो है इसका भाई स्प्रे बहुत अच्छा है
We win. We survive.
वन टैप के लिए बहुत अच्छा है पर वन टैप करने वाला अच्छा होना चाहिए
Smoke's
तभी
down.
ए पर
Off your feet.
फॉल बैक
रुको रुको मेरा अल्ट है ब्रिम का अल्ट है सबका अल्ट है
Reloading. Come on, let's go.
Spike planted.
Someone's A.
ब्रो फक इट
Watch your eyes. Watch your eyes. Careful now.
क्या
Launching smoke.
One enemy remaining.
नाइस वन यार गुड जॉब फिनिक्स
Last player standing.
अरे मत मारो भाई हमारे पास
Round
पैसे
before
नहीं
the
है
switch. Don't be cheap.
सॉरी भाई बहुत सॉरी
कोई नहीं सॉरी क्या
रेना
Can I subscribe?
का skin देना
Yes,
Reena
bro.
skin देना।
Why you asking for subscribe, bro? Do subscribe and please support
अरे
Smokey
दोनों को चाहिए
Valorant.
किसी को भी दे दो
Need a drop. Thank you.
And yes, we
Need a
can
drop.
play. What is your rank, bro?
अब
Smokey Valorant. What is your rank? Silver one, bro. I will play with you. If let me reach silver. Soon I will reach. If you would be bronze, I would have played with. Let me reach silver. I'm trying from last 1 year. Today is the last day.
Smoke's down.
Then we play. No worries. Go B, bro.
ए पर आएंगे तो वो ट्रैप है ना वापस तो पता चल जाएगा बीच पर
Cutting your vision.
What the fuck?
I know exactly where.
आ चुके हैं मिड यहीं पे ट्री पे मेरे को तो दिखा भी नहीं वो
ए पर है
बिट बिट
अबे ये क्या
30 seconds left.
अबे हाथ से गन हटा ही नहीं था जल्दी
जा
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 भाई
वही है उधर
बंदा
अकेले
एक पर है इसको मार के वो कर दे डेफ कर दे
One enemy
बस
remaining.
डिफ्यूज
मत कर रहने
Switching sides.
नाइस गुड
Weapon insurance. It is so personal.
अबे लास्ट में होता कब
Take a
तक
gun and it tells me who you are.
अबे यार हम
Reload him. Reload him.
Man, you didn't do it, bro. You left
Let
Smokey
me show you
Valorant.
how the boss does it.
Okay, brother, no problem.
Someone's A. Flash. Fully smoked.
Enemy spotted.
चल
Many enemies.
One enemy remaining.
बहुत मारो भाई जी जिसको पोजीशन नहीं पता तुम्हारा
मैं बहुत लो हूँ 23 बुलेट मेरे पास 15 बुलेट्स हैं और
रहना जल्दी जल्दी पिक करना खाली
I don't
If you are not doing well, keep trying. We must keep up.
run and gun with ghost. This is only few things I can do better than other people. Run and gun.
No prisoners.
Someone's A.
Still in sight.
Reloaded.
There.
राइट से आएगा रेस
One enemy remaining.
I'll teach them to respect their elders.
रेना अपना दोस्त है ना हम सेव कर रहा हूँ
फुट मत देना थोड़ा फुट मत देना 2 मिनट रुकना
I got you, bruv.
रुकना
Reload him.
Too rich. There. There.
Fully smoked.
वापस जा
Still in sight.
Someone's A. Stim beacon down.
Cutting their vision.
Spike down A.
I have the spike.
हील कर लो स्विच
Wall raised.
One enemy remaining.
I have the spike.
Molly. Enemy spotted A.
Last player standing.
Wait till I get you quickly.
This is crazy. It feels like we've been doing this forever. Anyone else feel like that?
फैंटम का स्किन दे रहा हूँ
Need a drop.
मेरे को नहीं मिला फिनिक्स को मिला
Need a drop.
मेरे को फैंटम चाहिए था लो
Mesdames, messieurs, the spike.
I have the spike.
भाई गेम से थोड़ी बहुत फ्रेंच भी सीखने को मिल रही है चैम्बर की वजह से
Still in sight. Cutting their vision.
Someone's B. Reloading.
But
Dead.
अरे यार ये क्या है भाई?
I know exactly where you are.
रेना निकल जा सब इधर ही है।
कहाँ?
एक मिनट है।
रेना निकल जा भाई के तेरे पे। रेना निकल जा। रेना निकल जा।
कहाँ निकल जा भाई?
Spike down B.
भाई ए निकल जा।
One enemy remaining.
ऐसा बोलो भाई तू।
मेरा मार्क में साइफर है देखो क्लोज है।
30 seconds left.
I have the spike.
नहीं जाना होगा भाई टाइम नहीं है, यहीं जाना होगा जा जा।
Teleport's ready.
नहीं जा सकता भाई कहाँ जा रहा है?
निकल जा।
साइड का अंदर है जाकर मार। शॉट भाई।
नाइस।
Did everyone see that?
अरे मेरे को लगा एंट्री ले ले भाई, निकल जा दरवाजे से और क्या।
What must be done?
भाई ऊनी फैंटम बहुत खतरनाक है।
Don't hold back.
Still in sight.
Hold, 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 hold. Hold, don't give footsteps, hold.
अंदर ही
अच्छा हम थोड़ा हम फुट दे के जाकर हम फुट मत देना कोई भी, हम फुट दे रहे हैं ताकि उनको लगे अपन जा रहे हैं।
हाँ
अब उनके प्लेयर स्प्लिट हो चुके हैं, ठीक है।
रुको उनका फूड जब तक नहीं आता वापस जाने का, स्मोक मत एंट्री मत लेना।
बैकस्टैप पे मेरा ट्रैप लगा हुआ है।
Stim beacon down.
चलो
30 seconds left.
Still in sight. There.
फैजा उठा
Your duty is not
Yo, you could do that too.
प्लांट रेना प्लांट रेना प्लांट रेना प्लांट
Sorry, bro.
रेना प्लांट
One enemy remaining.
रेना
किल
प्लांट।
Reload him.
That's blank.
फिनिक्स गन ले ले लो।
once more into battle. I'm not tiring. Are you?
फैंटम का स्किन देना।
Need a drop. Thank you.
नीचे
Reload him. Come on, let's go.
Cutting their vision.
Reloading.
Fully smoked. Stim
Cutting
beacon
their
here.
vision.
Oh, you're big. Carrier's down.
Spike down A.
Our spike's down.
नहीं यार
Spike
क्या
down
नेट
A.
हो रहा है मेरा
Last player standing.
मौली करते थे
Okay, which gun to pick this time?
तुम लोग जाओ हम मिड से ऑफ कर
They are so dead.
मिड से चलो भाई, चलो मेन से नहीं, मिड से चलो, मिड टू बी
Watch and learn.
एकदम हार्ड पुश करना।
You want to play? Let's play. Smoke.
आ जाओ।
Enemy spotted A. Smoke's down.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
देख के सही देख
Planet.
मार करो पॉप।
Very worth it.
Match point.
We win this battle. We win this.
रेना वैंडल
Reloading.
Here.
मिड टू ए पुश करना, हार्ड पुश, हार्ड पुश।
You are divided. Still in sight.
अरे कहाँ जा
अरे
रहे हो?
यार तुमने बैठा था अरे ये आना था ना
Come on, let's go. Holy smokes.
Won't wait.
Spike planet.
अरे एक ही जगह पे दो बंदे क्यों बैठे हैं तुमने भी वहीं बैठा है
One enemy remaining.
तुम भी वहीं बैठा है
Careful now.
अबे
Okay. Time for approach.
भाई पागल है क्या भाई?
Attackers win.
Do not fight us again.
मेरे को ही मार दिया था इसने। मैं क्या बचाऊं यार। सिल्वर विल्वर के बंदे थे भाई, बहुत मारा इन्होंने। ये देख, सब अच्छा खेल रहे थे। बांदर ढील, हाथी, बांदर, ड्रैगन, ककड़ी, भाई क्या है। ये कल वाले Hey, thanks, man.
Match found.
shield and sword.
OnlyFans. इंस्टाग्राम बंदे ने लिंक डाला है इंस्टाग्राम का, ओनली फैंस लिख के, जस्ट सैगी। गुड ब्रो, गुड।
An underwater city. Great.
Can you go classic?
Reloading. I need healing.
Here.
You give 100 people a $1,400 check, right? Everyone understands you can't just leave it in the bank forever because of inflation. The value goes down. Because what happens when they print trillions of dollars in the sky? The dollar becomes less valuable. So no poor person is going to take that money.
That's
They're going to either spend it or invest it. Let's say there's 100 poor people and the 100 poor people spend their money. What do they spend it on? Businesses. Who owns businesses? Rich people. So now each one rich person who owns a business
Last player standing. Spike down A.
They invest it. Invest it where? Invest it in the stock market. That increases the stock price.
You were left. नहीं ना, you were left. ऊपर है।
Ends up back with the rich people. You
पीछे
can't
देखो।
stop making the rich richer. You cannot stop it. You give 100 people a $1,400
They are
check,
going
right?
to strike. Omen, right there. Right, you are right.
Their omen may be a nightmare, but I was never scared, though.
Reloading. Going B. Spikes here.
So I don't need a girl on my level because I can pay fucking bills myself. Yeah. And if the man how she values your money, that's a red flag. Yes. That is easy. Exactly. If you reach your status, you got the wrong man.
Here. There. There.
Enemy spotted.
I'll find you.
Reload.
Heal.
Reloading.
कहाँ है हिल भाई?
Bring them down.
Open plant. Sage.
Omen killed. Reloading.
Bring them down. Opponent spotted. One man.
Heal me, Sage. Sage heal.
Healing.
Bro,
Look
cover
the
me,
point.
bro.
Sage mid. Sage plant. Wall and plant. Sage.
I don't have wall.
No problem. Back jump. Back jump. Sage. Sage back jump.
Last player standing.
What?
Ending.
The dimensional fabric here is thin. I'll tear through.
What do you do, mate? You know what's actually when you know you're
I'm saving.
You don't want to tell them the truth about yourself.
I'm buying.
Because you know it's going to be awful when everybody pales.
I need a drop.
And what happened across the next every time they talk about your cars, where they
Going A.
who they are, or their accolades, or anything, I destroyed them. I didn't even mean to. I was just existing.
You want to play? Let's play.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm fucking sorry, okay? But it's not my fault. They're just so fucking lame. I can't even sit around for them dudes to tell the truth.
Enemy spotted. A. Reload.
Reloading. Let's rotate.
No. Okay.
You know what's actually when you know you're brilliant? You don't want to tell the truth about yourself. Because you know it's going to be awful when everybody pales and sees. And what happened across the next line is conversations. Every time they talk about maybe your cars, where they who they are, or their accolades, or anything, I destroyed them. I didn't even mean to. I was just existing.
Sage mid. Sage mid. Sage
Yeah,
mid.
आजो,
Sage
A
mid.
आजो, A आजो.
Sage mid. Fuck me. Sage go fast. Sage go fast. Go.
One enemy remaining.
Hold, bro. Hide.
Come Sage. Sage on B. Sage on B.
He reached.
Blind.
Nice.
The luck ran out.
Brim, I really like your gun, bro. Do you have same for Vandal? What do you want, bro? You have Vandal, Prime Vandal.
Need equipment. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, bro. Thanks, sir. That's different.
Need equipment.
Where are they?
Reina, come after. No, don't rotate.
Right here.
What the fuck, bro? He was just there, man.
Fake teleport.
What?
Time to jump.
Don't trust nobody, man.
Kill them.
Rotate, go, yeah, fast.
Last player standing.
Oh,
Spike down B.
my bad. Sorry.
Bro.
Sorry. What spray is this, bro? What is this? Bro, you just play spam.
You're the perfect prey to the eggs. I take it.
Sorry.
Going A. Reloading.
The last time I took one of these spaces, excuse me, are you disabled? And I replied, I'm saving. Sir, face was like,
Wendell is like, you miss once, you're dead.
couldn't leave her room. You must have seen a million different clips on tape. What are your thoughts on it?
To be fair, so I have watched a lot of the Tay content.
Cutting their vision.
I didn't know who he was, and then I remember just getting a multitude of comments just likening me to him. So I was like,
Good done.
exactly referring to my character, but a lot of people don't know that.
Reloading.
I watched a lot of this stuff, and I can say that there were certain points that he hit on that I would agree with. You know, like the guy isn't just speaking absolute BS, but he's obviously also playing a character, and
Headshot.
a rise out of the hunt begins. You know, you can attribute the success to the shitstorm that he's causing the internet, pissing off women, riling up
There.
incels, and then
Reloading.
Joke's over. You're dead.
You must have seen a
Bro, wait for the ult. He will come back.
So I have watched a lot of
Bye.
One enemy remaining.
Here.
She's back. Plant.
Planted.
I watched a lot of this stuff, and I can say that there were certain points that he hit on that I would agree with.
Where right?
Absolute BS, but he's obviously also playing a character.
Right now, leave,
and he's
reload.
trying to get a reaction, a rise out of people.
Wait here. He will
Bro, what the fuck? Fuck it.
We'll catch them.
Hey sir, how's it going? How are you? I just live around the neighborhood. I work for the Biden-Harris campaign.
Right now,
No, I'm
wait.
just going around
He
the
will come.
neighborhood. I noticed you didn't have a
Wait
sign
for
or
the
anything.
fusing sound.
Oh, why not? Because Biden sucks. Oh.
Find you. Marked one. Last player standing.
I'll just leave it there. Yeah, I'll just leave it there. I'll just leave it here. Yeah. Okay. You guys put it right here?
care if there are 5 of them or 50 of them. Let's go.
Anyone feeling generous?
Oh, I need Wander.
You got it. Oh shit. That's my sign.
Need equipment.
Would you rather vote AOC?
Thanks.
I don't want you on my property. Get the fuck out and never stick that shit in my yard again.
Need equipment. Thanks.
Hey sir, how's it going? How are you? I just live around the neighborhood. I work for the Biden-Harris campaign. Oh no, I'm just going around the neighborhood. I noticed you didn't have a sign already. I don't want the sign taken down.
Enemy spotted.
Why not?
Because Biden sucks.
Oh.
Seriously.
Do you not care about the country or?
Please take it off my property.
Enemy A.
I'll just leave it there. Yeah, I'll just leave it there.
Anyone else?
Oh, I'll just leave it here. Yeah. Okay. You guys put it right here?
There.
I'll handle it. Smoke down.
You got it.
Give me a chance.
Finish mid the middle.
My potter broke.
Would you rather vote AOC?
Reloading.
Enemy spotted.
One enemy remaining.
Here.
Hey sir, how's it going? How are you? I just live around the neighborhood. I work for the Biden. Oh no, I'm just going around the neighborhood. I noticed you didn't have a sign already. So. Oh, why not?
Remember to talk to each other out there.
Do you not care about the country or?
Please take it off my property and you get off too. I'm serious.
Okay. I'll just leave it there.
You will not leave.
Yeah, I'll just leave it there.
No, you won't. Watch this.
Yeah. I need it.
Oh, I'll just leave it here. Yeah. Okay. You guys put it right here?
Need equipment. Thanks. Need equipment.
You got it. You got it.
Don't get rusty.
Shit. That's my sign. Would you rather vote AOC?
I don't want you on my property. Get the fuck out and never stick that shit in my yard again.
Biden.
Launching smoke.
People aren't even there when he gets off stage. And then you see he goes.
Like butter,
Did
baby.
you see him on Jimmy Kimmel the other day? Well, he was just rambling. anyone else.
This is fucking.
That was Donald Trump.
This is not a good way.
Talk show would be screaming for him to be out there. And I'm not a Trump supporter in any way, shape, or form. I've had the opportunity to have him on my show more than once. I've said no. Every time. I want to help him. I'm not interested in helping him. We'll see. If I have one, launching smoke. Think I'll have one? I think you'll have one. Really?
One enemy remaining.
He's in mid. Mid.
Gun here.
Biden
There.
shakes hands.
Plant the
with
spike.
people who aren't even there when he gets off stage.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
Well, he was just
Open up the sky. Got the spike.
If he was a Republican, if that was Donald Trump doing that, every
Spike planted.
talk show would be screaming for him to be off the air. And by the way, I'm not a Trump supporter in any way, shape, or form. I've had the opportunity to have him on my show more than once. I've said no every time. I don't want to help him. I'm not interested in helping him. The night is still young. We'll see. If I have him on, the night is still young? Yeah, think I'll have him on? I think you'll have him on. Really? Why do you think that? Because you'll have Putin on? Biden.
Well, starting before you met me, Andrew, Justin, etc., you described yourself as a lone wolf. So, and I can't answer this question. I really can't, because I don't know what it's like to be a lone wolf. My life has always been at least a team effort. So, it's interesting. I was a lone wolf before I found you guys. Well, what are the differences between being a man trying to make it by yourself and hang around with guys like us?
Well, for a start, the difference is like
Time to stock back up.
bullshit programming in the Matrix. Everyone else believes it, and you're the only one who doesn't believe it. So you start to think, am I fucking crazy? Am I the only person who believes this? And then you finally run into people.
Can someone get this?
These guys right here, who
Thank you.
share the same worldview as you. Why do you think me and Justin moved in with Andrew for a few months?
ज़्यादा अच्छा होता अगर तू ही बाय कर देता सेट मेरी इकोनॉमी वर्क करा था
We clicked immediately. We knew, okay, this guy's got the same values as me. He's got the same heart as me.
You want to play? Let's play.
White lives matter. All lives matter. We all know that. But what's going on right now? A lot of people are taking sides. Would you wear an All Lives Matter shirt or a White Lives Matter shirt? No. Say it. Come on, be honest. Cancel ball. I want to hear some honesty. You want to hear some honesty?
रोटेट कर ले.
There's more separation, divide. Think it was one big scam? Yes. White lives matter. All lives matter. We all know that. Enemy spotted A. There's controversy going on right now. A lot of people are taking sides. Would you wear an All Lives Matter shirt or a White Lives Matter shirt?
तो वो बीच कट्टू ये रहना चाहिए
Cancel, bro. I want to hear some honesty. You want to hear some honesty?
You will not kill my allies.
He's come mid and revenge. He's come mid and revenge. Revenge, yeah.
There's more separation, divide. Think it was one big scam? Yes. White lives matter.
Your duty is not over.
Ain't my time.
Going on right now. A lot of people are taking sides. Would you wear an All Lives Matter shirt or a White Lives Matter shirt?
Back.
I'm not gonna say that, bro. I was about to say.
Wait for this.
Say it. Come on, be honest.
One enemy
I
remaining.
want to hear some honesty.
Bro, he's defusing. Go fast. He's low. Good.
So weak. That there's no evidence to this day in Ukraine. Ukrainian women can leave. You'll see that party in Warsaw. Ukrainian men can't leave the country. They're dying in a ditch. They have to stay and fight. Not a single feminist is demanding that the women stay and fight. Not a single one. They don't give a fuck when it turns real. Nazi called themselves mystic. I was arguing with feminists. I said, traditionally men are the leaders. That's because men are oppressing and oppressed us forever. That's their narrative.
Reina Ray.
The hunt begins.
Oh, क्या हो गया?
Train hard.
Reena,
You better break the wall. Because there is no one on this side. Hurry up.
One enemy remaining.
They're losing hard.
Can someone get this? Thank you.
Don't let them get up. Joke's over! You're dead! Our spike carrier is dead.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
What the
bro, mid attack first, okay? All are in mid.
Bring bandit. Or phantom. Phantom will be there.
What do you want, bro?
Together, thanks.
Sage, I need heal. Can you please heal me, Sage? Sage.
For you.
Enemy spotted mid. Time to jump.
Sage, go B.
One enemy remaining.
So some B.
Sage, give me spike.
Whatever you do, stay together.
Sage.
Another enemy taken out.
Last round in the half.
We cannot keep our goods after this.
Sage, phantom.
Spend all. Can someone get this?
Sui le le. Last round.
There. Cuts through.
You just disagree with me. You don't understand your point of view.
I'll handle this.
You had the power to help your life.
Where are you?
Heal me, heal.
Wall raised.
Reena आ गया.
No charges left.
Heal me.
Plant the spike. Here.
You got a son right now. And around 22. You just disagree with me. You don't understand.
Rotate. Faith. रोटेट चेंबर और रेना बी पे हैं. ए चलो. ए चलो ए.
30 seconds left. I'll find you. Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
No.
Wait, bro.
Switching sides.
They don't have a single life worth saving. Reloading.
I barely survived, bro.
It's so funny because I have this pretty much every mainstream social media. Right, what am I? Little tattooed. Try not to die. His videos have been viewed millions of times online, but he's been banned from pretty much every mainstream social media platform, including Twitter. Andrew Tate, welcome back to Piers Morgan Uncensored. Your take on this, I think, is quite interesting because you've been a victim of being victim's the right word, but you've been removed from social media.
Spike down A.
Elon Musk.
Oh my god, camping. Hot, finish hot.
Weapon here.
Do you think that's going to include you, for example?
I don't think it matters if it includes me or not. I think what's important is that free speech is the number one weapon against
Enemy spotted A.
I don't have.
Bro, there's never been a better example of banning someone and deplatforming someone working so
Did
well
they take spike?
than Andrew Tate. It's crazy. Okay? It's crazy.
One enemy remaining.
He's so changed.
Don't rush. Wait. Let them plan.
He's a new man, dude. He's so reformed.
30 seconds left.
Is it possible, Andrew Tate, to
Brim.
release something like Twitter to be a platform for genuine
Go
free
fast,
speech?
man.
Or is it so toxic and tribal that whatever happens, before we had all
10
the
seconds left.
Push him.
screaming away,
Never to die.
Nice.
Shoot the bad guys. How's that for a plan?
Very toxic. Can Musk cut through that? And if so, how?
Yeah, it's going to be extremely difficult. There's always going to be one group of people who are extremely unhappy, but I think that anybody who's perspicacious enough to understand the truth of what's been going on in the world recently will know that the left...
What the fuck? Perspicacious? What the fuck does that even mean, dude? What?
No, this guy is
and their narratives
interrupting
have certainly been
the
protected
top
for
G.
a very long time.
No, bro.
And the universe has swings
Shut
and
the fuck
balances.
up.
And
Don't interrupt top G, okay? I am here to listen his
You
him
can't ignore-
speaking, not like you.
But you
Stopping
can
the
when there's a
interview
2-hour
when
conversation
you
where
don't
a
have
woman
any
is telling me
authority
if she
to
makes me
stop.
responsible for her safety, and me explaining, well, if I'm responsible for your safety,
Alright,
I
here
have
we
the
go,
authority
guys.
to make decisions.
Please
So
leave
yes,
the
you've ignored all the
podcast
context.
Do you respect
and enjoy
women?
the gameplay
Absolutely,
and
why
stream.
wouldn't I?
Do you think that 18, 19-year-old women are more attractive than 25-year-old women?
I think there's attractive people, that's a loaded question. I don't know.
Well, it's not really, is it?
I can't
You know
say-
why I'm asking it?
Of course I do, but I can't sit here and
For
say...
the benefit of viewers who don't know why I'm asking, you said this in general. This is also one of the reasons men find youth attractive. You want to blow up the internet? I'll blow up the internet right effing now. The reason 18 and 19-year-olds are more attractive than 25-year-olds is because they've been through less dick. People say, oh, you can't say that, but yes, I can. A 19-year-old is more attractive than a 26-year-old woman, and I'll tell you why. Because that 26-year-old has talked to more guys, been to the club more times, been effed and dumped more times, more arguments, more mess, more for me to clean up. That is misogyny. Why? Because you are encouraging a mindset about 25-year-old women that makes them sound out to be infinitely less desirable than 18, 19-year-olds, and having effectively been having too much sex to be taken in a more respectful way.
That would, well, firstly,
Stop
even if that was the
and
case, that wouldn't be
bro.
misogyny.
But what did you mean by what you said?
I'm not
That's not
speaking
misogyny
much.
because it's not anti-women. I'm
This
saying
is
that
not
an
much
18 or
big
19-year-old
speech.
woman
Listen
would be
to
more
this.
Pretty
desirable.
anti-25-year-old women.
Anti-25-year-old women we can argue, but not misogyny.
Yes,
Well, that's
you can
misogyny.
play next to
No,
game,
no,
I
stop.
play. No
Being
worries.
anti any woman at all is misogyny.
Not when I'm saying that women are beautiful and attractive at a certain age. It's saying the age.
You're saying 18, 19-year-olds are more attractive than 25.
Well, then ageist perhaps, but misogynistic absolutely
It's a minute,
not.
but you just accepted it was misogyny.
No, I didn't. You said it was misogyny. I'm telling you, no, it's not.
So you don't think if you're
saying slightly hateful things about a 25-year-old.
That's not slightly hateful.
Well, it is.
Bro,
you
Piers,
think you
Piers
say that to a
Morgan
woman's face if she's 25?
It's not
He's
slightly
like
hateful.
trying
You would go up to a
trap me.
25-year-old woman and tell her exactly what I just read out.
Why would I walk up to a random 25-year-old
You said it in public on the internet, but it's been listened to and watched by millions and millions of young impressionable people.
Correct. There was a large panel. There was a conversation. There was hours long of conversation. There were feminists attacking men for toxic masculinity and attacking me and saying things. And I said things back which were going to
But I
antagonize
think,
them.
see,
So which you've done yourself a bunch of times.
I think a lot of allegations of toxic masculinity are not toxic.
Correct.
I do think that kind of sentence I just read out, that paragraph, is actually toxic. If you genuinely mean that, and you say you wouldn't say it
He's
to a
trying
woman's
to
face,
trap
you said
him in
it
his
public
words.
about women of that age, I do think that's misogynist. And I think you probably do too.
Bro, we
I don't
play
think
next
it's
game, bro.
misogynistic. I understand why it can be insulting.
So you wouldn't say it to a woman's face?
Well, it depends. You're making out like I'm walking around the street going up to random 25
Well, effectively, you're doing it to tens of millions of people online. There's no difference.
Not at all. We're discussing a topic. We were discussing the ideal age of a man.
Should young boys
Saying
in
you,
their teens,
you're going
are you
to random
comfortable
people.
they would have that mindset? Be honest.
I think that young boys in their teens lack life experience. They lack nuance. And they need to be very, very careful what they're digesting online, whether it's my content or anybody else's. I think
You know for a fact millions of them are digesting exactly what you're saying.
completely. The entire internet, to a degree, I think any subject you can find, there's going to be a whole heap
Yeah,
of
I come
content.
back to the Joe Rogan thing, Andrew. Is that a lot of what you say, I agree
That
with.
is really
yeah,
true,
I do,
bro.
genuinely. I've read a lot of stuff
This
you
is
say.
the internet
A lot of the stuff
reality.
you talk about, I think it's got a good point, right? So we agree about a lot of things. But when I read that kind of thing, I'm like,
What?
just how much of that is
Obi.
you? How much of that is some act? Do you regret saying stuff like this?
I don't-
And actually, do you see it as weakness to admit you shouldn't have said something like that?
No, I don't live with regret. I think what's happened is that, like
Last
I said,
player
long format
standing.
content, arguments with feminists, arguments with the toxic masculine crowd, arguments with the left, and they're going to take a small clip, a small sentence from hours, and they're going to try and paint me as a
But I'm not left or right.
I don't know what you are, Pierce.
Exactly. That's my point. No, but that's my point.
And I understand, and you're doing exactly as I knew would happen on this interview, which is because you're a busy man, you're not going to watch hours and hours and hours of video.
Actually, I have watched hours and hours of video, and I'm going to come to the stuff where I agree with you, and I'm going to come to the stuff about your censorship, which
Sure.
I have issues with. So this is, it's a long interview, right?
Sure.
I just thought off the top, you said to me, and you were quite bold about it. Well, go on, then let's go through this.
And you should keep going. I will sit here and stand by what I said. I believe that
On
man.
that, I just read to you. Then.
I hope you can
Do
hear
you
me
wish you
now.
hadn't said that?
I understand how it's been misconstrued.
please
I understand how it's
admit-
been weaponized against me. Do I regret it because
I
it's
will,
been
I will.
weaponized and used against me? Well, that's slightly annoying. Did
That's not why I wanted
did
to-
I at the time mean what I said?
Bean,
in the
anybody check,
context of the
please tell me
conversation,
admit.
which obviously
Please check admit.
you're not familiar with, and the people are not familiar with. No, I meant what I said.
25-year-old women that just talk to more guys, been to the club more times.
That is true.
Been effed and dumped more times, more arguments.
That is true, guys.
To clean up.
Well, there's a whole bunch of context of conversation around that that's been missed, and I
I don't
encourage.
think I'm missing much context.
Well, I encourage people who are interested to go watch it.
I mean, I've just read out 3 sentences on the balance. I don't think there's any context I'm missing. I mean, you made it pretty clear what you think about the difference between
Spike
18 and
planted.
19-year-olds.
I wasn't talking
Bro,
about myself, even. I was explaining.
Where are
about
you?
the Muslim guy who was
Top,
on the
top,
panel,
top.
and he was explaining
Arre, super ready.
Top, top.
and why virginity is valuable in other parts of the world. The feminists
Bro,
were arguing
pick up
against it.
Pinardi.
And I was
Who
sitting there
behind you,
very
top?
much like you, a mediator between the two, explaining why most of the world still today, perhaps not in the Western world, virginity is coveted, youth is
Hey,
coveted
what
in
is
most of the
the
world,
matter?
and throughout all of human history. And I was sitting there making the point,
Refuse to-
explaining why in certain parts of the world they think how they do.
Well, large parts of the world-
Even though it's very different to the Western world. So I was making a point, mediating between two groups very similar to yourself. The conversation has been misunderstood. They've taken this clip of it. It's been weaponized and used against me. I understand that. It's because I'm now the most famous person on the planet. It's inconvenient, sure. But I'm definitely not a danger to women in any regard.
Reloading.
I date women 25, 26, 27 years old all the time. None of them are offended by the things
I don't
say.
think you're a danger to women.
Of
I think
course
that I think the danger, if it concerns you, the danger is the influence you have on young men to have this kind of mindset about women. And that's really where I'm trying to get to what you really believe and how much you've just shot off because you think it's like entertaining and you haven't really given it much thought. And whether now you're a
Anybody
bit older
be?
and you've had all the fallout, whether part of you is thinking, actually, if I hadn't, as Joe Rogan says, if you hadn't said stuff like this, you'd probably still be on these platforms. You'd be massively more popular, massively more famous, massively richer. So I'm really just trying to get to, on the blatantly misogynist stuff, do you just wish you hadn't said it?
With great power comes great responsibility.
Mid,
It was certainly said before the great power came.
mid.
It was inconvenient to a degree.
I'm one behind you, sage behind.
I know that I'm not saying things which I believe to be detrimental to the world. However,
Heal him.
If a 25-year-old woman was watching this, would you say, I'm sorry for saying that?
Spike
I
down
don't know
A.
anyone who can do it. But I say things that offend, and this is the thing that's interesting, Pierce. Please let me finish.
Yeah, but you're behaving like a politician. But hang on, you can say I'm interrupting.
You do.
But you're answering a different question to the one I
Can't
asked.
use this yet.
So, as an
1
interviewer,
minute.
Sure. Okay, listen, sure.
Okay, you accept that. Let's accept we both got up. Okay. So, again, my point is simply, if a 26-year-old woman is watching this and has heard those,
Where is Sage?
You will not kill
say
my
to her,
ally.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't
Where?
have said that.
No, I won't. I will say that
Player
I am
standing.
sorry that offends you. However, there's a large
30
contingent of the
seconds
world.
left.
Speaking of sorry.
No, I'm not sorry. That's the point I'm making. I'm
Can't
sorry
use
that
this
offends
yet.
you. However, there's a
Spike
large
down
contingent of
A.
people who believe that, and I was mediating for a conversation.
Parts of the world that believe that
Really,
about
you want
26
rotate
are not allowed out on the road.
That's your that's a conversation.
One enemy remaining.
That's a conversation.
They're not allowed to drive.
Ball.
Is that the kind of...
Bullshit, man.
Wow,
Fuck you,
wow.
bro.
I was mediating.
Why you not telling me?
No, I'm asking you what you think.
I don't live in a country.
So you're using that as the excuse for why you're not sorry for saying it.
It's not an
Because there are
excuse.
parts of the world where this is fine. My
Wait,
question
Wendell.
to you is, what do you think is fine?
Bro, shut
don't
up,
think
bro.
it's
Wendell, bro, why you
Don't think
didn't
it's
speak for the
The
team?
reason
This isn't that hard.
When I
actually. You
asked
simply
it,
say,
where
"Please,
is
you
he?"
know what?
My
With the benefit of
mullah
hindsight,
bunna
I wish I hadn't said it like that. And if a 26-year-old woman's watching, I'm sorry I said that, because that actually is blatantly misogynist. And even though that's a view held by other parts of the world, it's not a view I share. Now, I would respect you more if you said that.
Yeah.
Than if you try and say, well, it's said in other parts of the world, so I'm not sorry.
I think you
You don't
need
have to
to
tell me what you think.
Then you need to understand why my content existed in the first place. My content existed because I tried my very hardest to be an absolute not a realist, especially with uncomfortable truths. I was pointing out that very uncomfortable.
Is that a truth?
It's an uncomfortable truth in many parts of the world. It's not a truth that I'm happy about.
No, hang on. You're doing it again.
Spike
What do you mean
down
that's a
B.
truth in other parts of the world?
Go the
That's
reach
what
side,
you've
the
said.
reach
So you're not
side.
talking about another part of the world. You're talking about what
On
you
site.
believe is the difference between 18 and 90-year-olds and 26-year-olds.
I was talking about
It's your belief.
I was talking about what the people on the panel believe the difference is.
So what do you think the difference is?
I think the difference is age.
What's the difference?
Spike planted.
And so you stand by what you said about talking to the guys, being to the club more times, being effed and dumped more times.
Well,
You believe that or not?
No, there's plenty of 26-year-old women who have been with one man or virgins,
Right.
of course.
So you don't believe that?
Well, I don't think that the age is the only thing that's going to decipher how many men.
Last
But so if you
player
don't actually
standing.
believe what you said, just say sorry.
It's not about not believing what I'm saying.
Throw
It's about
fire,
you
throw
understanding
fire.
that there's large conversations going on.
I'm just reading back stuff you've said.
I know you
I'm
will.
asking you, do you believe it?
I believe that it's more likely a 26-year-old has a partner.
Karram mari.
You don't know that.
I don't know that. You're right.
Karram mari.
There could be absolutely no evidence for that whatsoever.
Completely agree.
So why say it?
Some things you
Why
just can't
stigmatize
see.
26-year-old women?
It's not about we're repeating ourselves here.
We're not really. I'm just trying to get to what you actually believe.
I believe that men find youth attractive in general. I believe that in the context of the conversation.
25-year-old women aren't.
I agree. Not especially there.
Can someone get
I'm old.
this?
I'm a lot older
Thank
than that. The point I was making was part of mediating
I need
a
healing.
panel, a conversation between feminists and some Muslims.
I get it. I
Okay,
get it.
good.
But
So you
weren't-
understand why I said the sentence.
But as far as I know, you weren't espousing what a Muslim man would think. You were espousing what you think.
I was espousing what the people on the panel believed.
But you were saying what you think.
I feel
You
like
want
you're trying
to
to pin me
play?
down.
If
Let's
it's not
play.
what you believe, just say I don't believe that.
What
B,
part
B,
wouldn't
B.
I believe?
Well, you tell me which part you don't believe. There's the sentence. Which part would you now say you don't believe?
I believe that 25-year-old women perhaps have had, because they've been alive longer, maybe had more partners, but I don't think that makes them a bad person.
Right. Do you understand the way you phrase it makes every 25?
I understand
a bad person.
No, I don't think so. I understand.
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
Come on.
Pierce.
Actually, you're not stupid. You know what that sounds like.
One enemy remaining.
By a 26-year-old woman.
Heal me, Sage.
Right? So you are
If you
maligning
have.
Hey, shoot him, shoot him. I'm reviving this guy.
with that statement.
Your duty
And I'm
is
simply
not
asking you
over.
to all
Be
those
ready for the
Bullshit.
of the type of women that you
Nice
Fuck
and
it.
I don't want anybody to be offended by anything I say. I want to be a positive person. I
Don't
don't
peek,
want anybody
let
to
him
hear
come.
what I say to make them feel bad about themselves. I want all people to live righteous.
Go to Brim, go to Brim. He has spike.
And anybody
You lead a righteous life?
I think I do, yeah.
Do you?
30
You're
seconds
both
left.
hopefully of having 6, 7.
Shoot, Yoru, kill him, kill him.
I'm not taking so moral view from me. Simply asking you what you think righteous is.
I think righteous is living true to your heart and knowing that you're doing good by people, not snaking
Brim,
anybody,
go,
not lying
he's
to
there.
anybody.
In mid, not here.
Last
In mid,
player
bro.
standing.
He on site.
Fuck,
On site.
How many times?
10 seconds left.
Spike is over. Hide, run
How
away.
many times would you say?
Can't.
Enough. I believe men and women are a beautiful union. I think we're slightly different, but when we work together, we're the most powerful force in the world.
How many women have you loved?
Defenders
Oh,
win.
Pierce.
Give me a ballpark. 5, 10, 20.
Let's say
You don't forget how many people you've been in love with.
let's say 10. I mean, I've been in love, and I certainly believe that men and women, when they work together, it's the most beautiful force on the planet. I believe in family. I believe in children. I believe in.
If you believe in family and children and love,
Yeah.
why are you single?
I'm not single.
Well, you're not married. Sorry.
Well, if I was married, the last thing I would do is advertise it to the feral psychopaths on the internet. So
I'm not a feral psychopath.
well, that
You
can
called me
be
friend earlier.
can be debated, Pierce. But the point the point I'm making as a whole is that all of these.
Do you want to get married? My point.
No, but let's please for a
You
second.
don't or you do?
Let's please for a second because you've interrupted me so many times. I've failed.
Well,
to
actually, I've only
full answer.
interrupted you just to be clear when you actually answered a different question.
Cool. Well, then on all these points you're
And you've
making,
admitted that.
on all these points you're making on repeat, you're taking these sentences and on repeat you're using you're weaponizing them against me.
I'm
I
not
understand.
weaponizing anything.
Okay, it's fine.
No.
The
You're
point-
weaponizing the weaponizing.
No
It doesn't
problem.
exist.
No problem. But
You said to me, come on, bring it on. Read out all the things that you think are blatant misogyny. All I've done is literally read out all the things we identified from all the research that I thought were blatantly misogynist and
Understood.
given you the chance to respond. And the only time I've interrupted you is when you tried to answer a completely different question.
Understood, Pierce. But these things were said in large context where often I'm talking about how, for example, on the same podcast where you've read one of them sentences from, I was talking about how it's a man's duty to die by a woman. And the guy asked me, he said, if 10 men with knives attacked your woman, wouldn't you just... I said, yeah, I'd stand and die. I'd never just run away because I have a duty as a man. I must die on the spot to protect her honor and my honor. I'm talking about a man having responsibility to his duties. I'm talking about the old traditional ways of masculinity. And what happens is a few sentences from such a long conversation is taken and used against me.
I understand that.
So I want you to understand that I'm talking about protecting and providing for women. I'm talking about a man
Do
making
you
sure
want to get married?
No, but we have to all feed into each other, Pierce. I'm talking about
It's
protecting.
not a hard question.
No, but I'm talking about protecting and providing for a woman. I'm talking about a man being responsible for her safety.
I understand.
So of course I believe in men and women. Of course I believe in love. Of course I believe in marriage. Of course I believe in family.
No, but none
The
of that
idea
was
that
my
I don't
question.
believe in the idea that I don't believe in these things
I
is
didn't ask you
crazy.
if you believed in it. I asked you if you're going to get married.
One day, absolutely.
You'd like to.
If I'm not married already, I will be married one day. If I'm not,
You might be secretly married.
I could be married. Correct.
Why would you not tell me either way?
Why would I advertise to the feral psychopaths of the world who have tried their very best to destroy me for an opinion about my private life and the things that are most sacred to me? Why
What do you
would I
think
do
if
that?
you said you were married, everyone would hate you?
I don't know why people hate me. It's about me understanding that I'm a hard target, but I am very, very protective of the people I care about.
Right. But you believe in the concept of marriage.
Completely. That's what we were talking about the whole time.
What do you think?
We talked about a man giving a woman away. I believe in marriage more than anybody. In
But here's
fact,
what-
I believe in marriage in... No, please. I
Okay.
believe in marriage in the traditional sense. I believe a man has a duty to stand up and be a real man. I believe that the problem with the world today that we are facing is that not enough men are sticking to the age-old ways of masculinity. I believe that me standing up and saying a man must protect a woman and provide for her, so he needs to make sure that she's safe. He needs a degree of authority to
I have
protect
no
her.
problem with...
But people do have a problem with it.
I'm
that's
not- sorry.
and that's the world we're in now.
I'm over here.
Sure.
I don't have a problem with what you just said. Here's where my problem comes, right? There are a lot of clips of you floating around on the internet, as you know. One of them has you saying, bang out the machete, boom in her face, rip her by the neck, shut up, bitch. In another, you say, slap, slap, grab, choke, shut up, bitch, sex. When people see those clips and hear you say those things...
Agreed.
Well, I don't think that... It's not hard to misunderstand it.
It is.
You might say that it's consensual. Other people would say, whether it's consensual or not, that's a very ugly way to talk about women.
Completely. Now let's
Hitting them with machetes.
No, watch the whole video. It's a girl coming at me with a machete and me saying, here, slap the machete out of her hand.
I
She's
understand.
attacking me. So you don't understand. This is the exact point.
I do understand.
No, people don't watch them in full. And this is actually what's interesting. And please don't interrupt me on this point. Social media has changed in modern times. YouTube 5 years ago was 5, 6, 7, 8 minute long videos. Now we have TikTok, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 20 seconds, YouTube Shorts, Instagram Stories.
That
now,
is
anything your
really
business is
true,
known for
bro.
is cut down to very, very short form.
You
They're
watch like
interested in
1,000
clicks,
videos a
they're
day.
interested in engagement. They find
But
the
you
most
benefited from
they
all
find the most controversial clips they can
And
on
Andrew,
purpose.
you benefited from all that.
Everybody benefits from social media views, as do you.
Was it the Hustler? What is it?
I had an online school
called
Hustlers University.
Right. And their whole job was to promote your clips, make you rich and famous. So you've benefited from this system, the one you now profess to hate.
I never said I hated
it. You clickbaited like the best of them.
I never said I hated it. I'm saying what happened. I don't hate it. I don't hate social media. I think it's a very powerful force. I don't hate the social media. I'm saying
The point is, I think you can talk. Look, you can talk to girlfriends of yours, your secret wife, so entirely up
or
to
two.
You maybe you've got 10 wives. That's your business. I don't care, right? My only thing is, I don't care what you do in private. If it's consensual between you and another woman, you can do what you like, right? It's your life. I believe in freedom and liberty. It's when you say it in public, it's the influence that this kind of thing has on young men.
Agreed.
Right? And I speak with someone with 3 sons, right? It's who are, by the way, they're intrigued by you. They're fascinated, right? You're a big thing in that world of TikTok and so on. So they all are aware of you and what you say. So they're all looking. And when they see things like the machete thing, I get the context because I'm a 57-year-old guy who's been around the block a bit, and I can get what you said, and you responding to a particular scenario which you'd created where a woman.
But it can be misunderstood.
I understand. So my point to
Wow.
you is, given that you know it can be misunderstood, do you regret saying things like this on camera, where it can be
Bro, you like
disseminated
Matt,
by
bro?
less
What the
intelligent young males who think that is actually what they should be doing to women?
And finally, we get to the point of the issue, which is the point I tried to make at the very beginning. When I made a video before I was famous that got 500 views, me being concerned
Bro, you
that 1%
picking
of
duelist
people
or not? I will
misunderstand
pick it.
was not relevant. Where you start getting 5 million views a video, 50 million views a video, 1% of people misunderstanding it becomes
Please
no,
pick
it
Sage,
doesn't,
guys.
but it
Please,
becomes a
one
much
of you,
larger
please.
problem. So with great fame comes great responsibility. So
I'm streaming, bro. I'm
now
streaming.
that I'm
Please
famous, do I
subscribe.
say things the same way as I did back before I was famous? Absolutely not.
Right.
As neither would you or nearly any other famous person on the planet.
So
Once you become famous, you have to be a lot more careful with how you say things.
I understand. So my logical follow-up to that remains: do you regret then saying it the way you said it?
I can't live in regret by saying something before I was famous on a camera which barely anybody watched, and then I became famous afterwards. That would be a very asinine way to view the world.
Do
I
you
can't live in.
do you stand by all those
I
things?
can't live in regret because I didn't know I was going to become the most famous man on the planet. That regret would be the wrong word. Is it inconvenient? Sure. But I can't sit here and say, I wish I knew 6 years ago I'd be the most famous man on the planet and monitored all of my speech forever. That's asinine.
You see, one of the problems that people have with you is that
This interview actually, I
they
think,
think you have a malevolent influence.
went wrong for
This was the excuse that was put out by the
Piers
big
Morgan
TikTok.
than Andrew Tate.
Well, it may be actually. You know, I intrinsically I have a problem with censorship. I don't think Donald Trump should be banned from Twitter, for example.
Yeah, man,
because the
right.
Ayatollah of Iran
Nobody should be
remains
banned.
on Twitter and other social media
If you
platforms.
have problem with
And
someone,
whatever
just
I
don't
think of
follow
you,
them.
You're not the Ayatollah of Iran, right? So there's a
Report
to me,
them.
there's gotta be perspective here, and I don't understand the inconsistency by what companies like Twitter, how they treat the leader of Iran, and someone like you. It seems to me they're much more draconian on people like you than they are with people who perhaps should not be allowed platforms. But generally, I don't really agree with no platforming people. But I think what's interesting talking to you is it seems to me like you have gone on a bit of a journey of self-awareness about impact of some of the stuff you said in the past, and you have said you wouldn't say it again in the same way. Now, you may not want to express regret for that, but it shows me that at the very least, you have evolved to somebody who recognizes that these can be quite damaging in the way that you said them.
Completely. As a professional and as an adult, it would be stupid for me to sit here and say that now that I'm the most famous man on the planet, my words do not have more impact than they did before. With impact, with power comes responsibility, and things need to be worded in a very careful way. Now, when I do a long format interview, I have to sit there and consciously understand that any 10 seconds of that can be cut and used against me. So I have to be a lot more careful with how I say my words and how I construct my sentences. Of course, we agree with all of that. That's exactly what's happened to me. I agree with all of that. I don't want to be seen as a negative influence in the world. I know that there's a whole bunch of men. I get thousands of emails a week from men whose lives I've saved. I get thousands of emails a week from men who are on the verge of suicide. I've saved their lives. We're talking about...
And by the way, I don't dispute that at all. You have almost certainly, I would think, from everything I've read about you, I think you have certainly been probably able to be very helpful to young men who have really struggled
What the
with
fuck?
self-confidence and all that kind of thing. Right? I'm completely prepared to accept that. But there was also, I think, quite a disturbing piece that
Bro.
BuzzFeed did, and it talked about the negative impact of young impressionable male minds when they've read or seen some of the more inflammatory things you've said. And they quoted, for example, Sandy, 22, from watching. My father's gone from a man who minored in women's studies in college,
No, bro,
was
no
kind and in
guardian.
touch with his emotions, treated all people, men and women around him with kindness, to a man who says that whenever he sees an effeminate male stranger, he gets an overwhelming urge to murder them. He loves podcasts. He listens to a lot of podcasts. I know he's listened to Andrew Tate.
Whoa. Let's stop for a second. Let's be professional here, because you're a professional as
Yeah.
am I. First she said, did you say that my father went? She said, my father has
Her
gone.
father.
That's a full-grown man, firstly. So we're talking about my impact on children. You just talked about full-grown man here. Secondly, I've never talked about murdering effeminate men, anything online ever, in any context ever. So I don't know why they have taken some random person I've never
Fall
met in
back,
the
breach,
world, who's
come.
full-grown, an adult, and
Come
come to their
be.
own conclusions who I've never met, and lumped his name in with mine. That is absolutely unfair on every level. I didn't read this
What is your
BuzzFeed.
view?
I didn't read this BuzzFeed article, but after hearing the first point, I know it's trash. That is complete garbage.
What
To
is
sit
your-
and say
what
that
is your
I'm the
view?
reason this man believes me.
I've seen a quote from you, and you can tell me what you feel about it.
Sure.
You talk about people don't want to see men dressed up in like transgender.
That's not exactly what I said.
What did you say?
I said the reason I am so popular and I'm so famous is that there's a large contingent of men who
One
don't want to wear
enemy
makeup,
remaining.
who still want to make money, go to the gym, be strong, drive a fast
Bro,
car,
bro,
be
bro.
traditionally masculine, and don't want to be shamed for that. And they don't want to be called toxic for that. That is the reason I'm so massively famous. That is what I said.
What do you think of
Where
transgender?
is Spectre?
Well, it's nothing to do with me. I'm not transgender and I don't understand the issue like they do. They
Are
can
you
do whatever they-
transphobic? Do you see yourself that?
Transphobe? What? Afraid?
Well, it kind of, yeah. You have
I don't live in.
phobia.
I don't live in fear, my friend. I have no.
Do you have a dislike of transgender?
I don't know any transgender.
Do you have a dislike of what they stand for, what they are?
No. Why would I?
I don't know.
That's not my issue. That's not my issue. And that's actually quite interesting because when I was attacked, a lot of these stupid articles like BuzzFeed, because it's ridiculous. That first point proves anyone with a brain knows that's garbage. When they attacked me, they lump a whole bunch of things in together. They say misogynistic, racist, transphobic. They just put them all together around.
No, I don't-
I'm mixed race.
By the way,
I don't know where they get these. They just get these buzzwords and put them in a
By
sentence.
the way, I completely agree.
It's
and
crazy.
I've had the same thing done to me.
Okay,
And
well,
I'm
you
not
got it.
calling you anything. I'm asking you what you personally believe you are.
It's not an issue I discuss. What I do discuss is
Rotate,
that
rotate,
support
rotate,
transgender
rotate.
I support individual liberty. I'm a libertarian.
So you support transgender?
Sure. Why not?
Exactly, yeah.
So, but my point is, as a whole, you're saying that I'm saying I don't want to see men in dresses. I'm saying no. I'm
You
saying
support gay people?
sure. I'm saying there's a large contingent of men in the world who like the idea of the traditional masculine view of the world, who feel happy when they watch 80s action heroes with big muscles and they run
Yeah.
around. And there's nothing toxically masculine about having a fast car and a beautiful girlfriend and making a bunch of money. And
Nothing at all.
Absolutely. And those are the people who are my fans. And I'm
but
saying.
actually, but the problem is, okay, I'm going to interrupt you just to say this. No.
Okay, but you're saying that I have a problem with men in dresses. I'm saying no. The people who watch my content.
That question,
Yeah, but the people who watch my content don't want to see men
Bro,
in
he's
dresses.
low.
Clearly, I don't wear a dress.
Strike down
That's the point I'm
why
making.
they want some content
No.
if you're not wearing a dress?
No, but that's the point I'm making. That's the
Player
point I was
standing.
making. There's a large contingent of men who are not interested in the things that perhaps the YouTube algorithm's trying to feed
I
them.
think there are
They
lots of.
find my content.
Look, when you support masculinity and masculine traits,
One
I'm with
enemy
you,
remaining.
right?
Okay, so you agree a
10
man should
seconds
protect and
left.
provide for a woman?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you agree if you were walking down the street with a woman, you'd be responsible for her
Nice
safety?
try, bro.
Yeah.
Spike लेके
Cool,
कौन
absolutely. So
कहाँ
if that
भाग
woman
रहा
wanted to
है?
walk alone
I don't
at
think I
night-
have authority over the
All
woman
right.
as we do that.
Okay, so let me ask you another question for you, because we are professionals. Let's say your woman decided she wanted to take a nice little walk through the south side of Chicago at 2 a.m., and she wanted you to go with her, and you were responsible for fighting and dying on the spot if she was attacked. Don't you think you would say to her, no, we're not going out right now, it's not safe?
Yes.
Okay, so you'd have authority to make the decisions.
No,
We
I
agree.
wouldn't.
So
I
we
would say
so
I
we
don't
agree.
think you should. If she decides to, it's her own volition.
Well, if she decides, you're not going to
I
stop
have
her.
no power to stop her.
Completely.
But you think you do.
No, I don't think I have power to
You
stop
clearly
her.
do.
No, I think I have power to make the decision. I think, no, that's not
So
sensible.
if you have the power to make the decision, you have the power to stop her.
No, because
And
if
that's
she,
where we differ. And that's why I think it's interesting about you. I don't think you really think through what you're saying.
I think through what I'm saying
Because
so carefully.
Yeah, but Andrew, what you literally just said is that you have the power to stop
No,
her.
I said I don't have the power to stop her. I'm not going to lock her in the room. I'm saying that
So if she wants to go on her own,
then she's going to go.
then
But
you
as a
don't have authority to stop.
Okay, but as a couple, if we're going to sit there and decide if we're going to take this...
You asked me, would I feel a sense of responsibility for her safety? Absolutely.
Oh, agreed.
Absolutely.
So
Would
let
I
me finish,
have the
Piers.
power or authority to stop it?
No, of course not. So let me finish, Piers. You're not going to stop her walking through the hotel. Of course, it's a decision she's decided to make. My point is that usually in a couple, people have, you sit there as a team and you discuss, and perhaps on certain issues, the woman will know more about X and she'll decide X, and the man might know more about Y and he'll decide Y. So I'm saying if we're as a couple, we're sitting there deciding, as a couple, as a team, and she says she wants to take this late night stroll, I'm going to say, you know what, I'm going to veto this one. I'm going to call veto.
Do you believe
it's dangerous, which to a degree would give me, in that particular scenario, a degree of authority. If she said, I don't want to listen to you, Andrew.
It doesn't give you authority.
If she says, I don't want to listen to you, Andrew, I want to go on that walk. Then what can I do? Say, well, then I
don't have authority.
I wish you the best, my love.
Then you don't have authority.
Cool, then it's a semantic argument.
Not really.
I think it
It's the complete opposite of what you think. You have authority.
No problem, Piers. No problem. But I think we
Let me ask
actually...
you about what do you believe about depression? Do you believe depression is a real thing?
I believe that feeling depressed is real. I don't believe depression as a clinical disease is real.
Really?
Gun here.
I think PTSD is very real. Unfortunately, I have some friends who suffer from that. I know that feeling depressed is real. I believe that the number one power you have against these things are trying to take control of your own mind and affecting your own life. I believe that it's not healthy to hand over all your power and believe that depression is an outside disease that you can't affect. I know that when I've had difficult periods in my life, and also many of my friends, like I've said, suffer from PTSD and been through terrible things. I've lived a very difficult life, and I know people who have. Then the things that made them feel better is when they woke up and said, you know what, I'm not going to allow this to damage me anymore. I'm going to take responsibility. I'm going to get up and I'm going to fight this as hard as I can.
And by the way, on that, I agree.
So we agree.
My favourite speech is the Rocky Balboa.
Okay, so then we agree. No, we didn't.
We don't agree.
Piers.
You don't. Hang on. You've got to let me interject when I don't agree with you. Right. Where I don't agree with you is that there's no such thing as clinical depression. There absolutely is.
Well,
it's a proven scientific medical reality. There's a different argument about have we gone a bit too soft, right, in schools and all the rest of it. Absolutely. Do I think some people moan or whine too much about their lot in life? Definitely. Okay. Are we a victim of society? 100%. Okay. Is there such a thing as clinical depression? Absolutely. So and my argument is that if you actually bracket everybody who's not clinically depressed, doesn't have the genuine medical condition, then actually if millions of people are deemed to have depression, the ones who really need the help don't get it. Well, that's my point.
Well, that I would agree with. You're right. I think it's certainly an overused term.
If you don't accept there is such a thing as clinical depression.
No, I don't.
And that to me is a damaging view.
Okay. Well, let me explain why. If someone comes to me and says I'm clinically depressed or I feel very, very sad, I would say the first thing you need to do is stop accepting the identity of a clinically depressed person. Stop accepting you have no control over this. And what you need to do is stop identifying that way and let's work together to try and fight against it.
There isn't an eminent doctor in the world who would tell you there is no such thing as clinical depression. Who would not tell you that.
I think Johan Hari wrote a book saying exactly that.
He's not an eminent doctor.
Bro.
No, but I said depression wasn't real long ago and was attacked for it. Then Johan Hari wrote a book which
What's
actually...
What's going to do with Johan Hari?
Because he wrote a book proving me right. Most people...
Johan Hari's a journalist.
Sure. And my point is that a lot of people who are clinically depressed are suffering with something in their life. If you fix the problem in their life, perhaps they won't feel depressed anymore. That's not a disease.
Yeah, but Andrew,
that's situational.
Andrew, you're simply wrong.
If that's what you believe, Piers, it's
I believe.
I don't believe in things that take power away.
There is not an eminent doctor in the world.
Piers,
would agree with
Piers,
I think you know more than doctors.
I can't become clinically depressed.
Why do you know?
Because I don't believe it. I can't be haunted by a ghost if I don't believe in ghosts.
So let's say I'm never going to die because I don't believe.
Perhaps, but if it allows me to live a life where I feel happy and
But here's where
content
you
within myself.
this is that little area where you lose me.
No, I don't lose you.
You are, because
Piers,
somebody with your following says
the thousands of people who have emailed me saying my doctor told me I was clinically depressed and it's a disease that I have got in my brain and I can't be fixed. And I started listening to you and I realized that that's not the case and I can fix my own life. And you're the only person who has ever helped me. Thousands of people have emailed me that exact email.
If you think you are single-handedly curing people of clinical depression, you are living in cloud cuckoo.
I am reading the emails of people who I have cured of clinical depression.
You're reading emails from people who have believed you when you say there isn't such
One
a thing,
enemy
and they've
remaining.
probably never been
Site
diagnosed
on
with
site.
depression. They just want to go along with what Andrew Tate says.
I don't think so.
And I think your view of that is dangerous.
I respect that you think my view is dangerous. I respect you have the right to view that, to think that. I think that clinical depression, I actually agree with you, is massively overdiagnosed. I've already said that PTSD is a very real thing. I've already said...
I didn't... Oh, hang on.
Okay.
Again, you misquoted me. I did not say clinical depression is massively overdiagnosed. I said that people who claim to be depressed but don't have clinical depression, I think that is massively overblown, right? In other words, there are a lot of people who just have a bad day and declare, I've got depression. And I say, well, have you been to a doctor? Have you been clinically diagnosed? If you have, and you have clinical depression, that's one thing. But if you haven't, we could probably work on some mental strength and resilience skills with you. But a clinically depressed person has an absolutely proven medical condition that is beyond their control.
Not according to me and many others, my friend.
Well, look, what do you know about it, honestly?
Get out of my way.
I know.
You're not a doctor, you're not trained, are you?
I'm not a
You're not a
doctor.
psychiatrist, you're none of those things.
Sure.
You're a guy on the make who's done very
They
well
know,
for
they
himself,
know.
starting stuff
They know.
off,
Rotate,
much of which I
rotate.
agree with,
They know.
as you've seen in the interview.
Come here, come.
But some of which is ludicrous, and that's one of them.
It's not ludicrous.
It is.
It's not.
If you said to me,
Someone.
we're in a victimhood society, it's got to stop, I'm with you.
Okay.
But the moment you try and deny
Jet.
clinical depression,
I believe feeling depressed is real. I do not believe it's a disease that you catch from the sky and you cannot affect. I believe that no matter what happens, I believe you have control of your own mind and you can fight against it. I believe if you change your circumstances in your life, you may feel different. I'll give you a quick example. I had a client who emailed me saying he was clinically depressed and was thinking of himself.
Bro,
I
fuck
always
it,
say,
bro.
well, psychiatrist.
Last player standing.
I told him, because I replied to my emails. I said, have you been to a psychiatrist? He said, yes, I'm clinically depressed. I've been on these pills, this amount of time. I'm on antidepressants, it doesn't work. I said, I don't know what to say to you besides this. And he said he lost his girlfriend, that's why he became clinically depressed. I said, listen, go to the gym, get a six-pack first. Once you've got a six-pack, email me again. If you still feel like killing yourself, I don't know what else to say to you. I'd say, strong body is a strong mind, go train. He went, he started sending me progress pictures, emailing me him getting in better shape, and eventually got a six-pack. He's now a professional bodybuilder. And he said, I can't believe I was considering that. I feel so much better, etc. The doctor was telling him he was clinically depressed and couldn't cure it. He started taking control of his own life, and now he felt better. Now, I'm not saying it's the case for everybody.
No.
I'm just saying.
Here's my question, though.
I'm
Have you
just...
seen the guy's medical record?
Of course not. I just told you this.
So you're just taking his word for it?
Oh, I am taking the word of a man who emailed me with a bunch of medication and specific...
You're denying proven science because one guy writes to you who you help and you've not seen any evidence he ever had clinical depression diagnosed.
I'm denying the idea that...
And on the back of it, you go on your
Rotate easy
your
रहता है
rants in
भाई.
public to tens of millions of people denying something because this
ठीक है,
guy
मत
writes to
करो,
you and
मैं
says he had
नहीं
it,
बोलूँगा
he cured
कुछ.
it. And I think that's a dangerous mindset, Andrew.
That's fine.
And that's where you don't have a responsible view of your influence over
Disagree. It's very responsible because I'm saving people's lives. I disagree that if you feel depressed, I disagree that you cannot affect it and change your life and take control and fix yourself and feel happier. I disagree with that.
Do you think
I refuse to accept that there are people out there who cannot become happy, contented individuals. I refuse to accept we live in a world where God has created people who, no matter how hard they work and how good their life becomes, can't be happy. I don't accept that. I accept that the universe is a very given place and that God loves all of us. And you try your best and you work hard, you become a better person. And I also will argue with you and I'll counter the point. You're sitting here on your platform telling people they have clinical depression, there's nothing they can do about it. It's far more
say that.
Okay, well then, if they have clinical depression...
Why do you misquote me?
No, because you're saying...
hate being misquoted.
No, you're saying if people have clinical depression,
they go to a doctor and they get diagnosed and they get help.
Then I would argue the point that somebody...
अरे भाई क्या A कभी B क्या कर रहे हो? मिड में एक टारगेट लेके चलो ना भाई.
whether it exists or not, whether they feel depressed or not, whatever.
मैंने और तू
They're
अंदर
taking
गया
control of
भाई.
their life,
Blind तो
taking
देख क्या जा रहा है तू
responsibility,
सीधा.
working hard is always going to be the positive, best thing they can possibly do for their life going forward.
How positive
and the people
is
going around
it?
them. So sitting here saying, I
बोला
don't believe in
chamber है
clinical
वहाँ.
depression, you don't believe in depression. No, I don't. I believe that people can take control and fight against things. I believe in personal sovereignty.
Right. Fine.
Good. So we agree.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
No, we don't.
Piers, you're on my side. You're afraid of being cancelled along with me.
As I said to you from the start,
That's all
I
it is.
agree with a lot of what you say.
Completely. So we're talking
I'm
about...
taking you to task over the stuff I don't agree with.
Sure.
And I'm just not sure you understand why it's wrong, which is in itself quite revealing. Let me talk to you about Alex. Let me talk to you about Alex Jones, right? Who I have a bit of history with. He tried to get me deported from the United States.
Did he?
Yeah. What is your view of Alex Jones?
I think that Alex Jones is a sovereign individual who, very much like the rabid left, deserves a chance to speak on his points of view. I think that the truth on issues is usually somewhere in the middle between two extremes. And
So you think Sandy Hook was staged?
I don't know anything about Sandy Hook.
Really? You know he's just been sued by the families for millions and millions.
I have no idea.
You don't know anything about it? So why would you support somebody publicly you know nothing about the most infamous
When
thing
have I
in history?
supported him in public?
You have supported him in public.
I've been on this
Last
podcast.
player
But
standing.
you said nice things about it.
I say nice things about lots of people.
What do you think about it, Joe?
I said nice things about you, Piers.
That's fine.
so
you should.
To sit and say that I've been on a podcast and I say nice things about
But
you.
you said you support his right to speak about things like Sandy Hook.
I don't know Sandy Hook. I don't know. And
You know what it was?
it was a mass shooting.
Of school children.
Okay, but to sit and it's actually no. Let's stop for a second. Please don't interrupt me. Here's why I know why you're good at your job. First, you interrupt people a lot, which is good. It's a good skill,
Actually,
and then there you go. Prove me right.
But here's
and
exactly
the timing's good.
Here's exactly what I do. I only interrupt people like you when you either refuse to answer the question or answer it completely differently. Sure. And I want to remind you of the question.
Fair. That's fair.
When you misquote me back, which you've done repeatedly through the interview, where you say, "You see, Piers, you agree with me," and the viewer who's been watching will go,
Let's play.
No problem. The other thing you do is you try and set these traps like now. So you're saying
"What's the trap you think I'm setting?"
You're saying that I agree with every single point of view a man has.
I literally didn't say that.
You're saying, well, you support Alex Jones.
Why would you misquote me?
Because you're saying you support Alex Jones, and you said you've been on his podcast and he said this. I don't know
What do you think of Alex Jones?
I don't know everything he said. I think on his podcast he was cordial. I think he was professional on his podcast. I've also done podcasts with rabid leftists and people who openly hate me.
Is it wrong?
I do a podcast circuit.
Okay.
So and I don't know everything he's ever said.
When somebody like
and I don't know what you're trying to get in here because I did a podcast.
If you let me get a word in edgeways, I'll tell you.
It's a lame trick.
If you let me get a word in, I will tell you.
Let's go.
Alex Jones said that Sandy Hook didn't have
One
to
enemy
stay
remaining.
actors.
Okay.
This compounded the appalling grief of the families of those poor 20 children who were gunned to pieces by a lunatic with an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle. They were already grief-stricken beyond belief, and this guy poured petrol onto that grief quite deliberately to make a huge amount of money from his InfoWars fake news bullshit. And as a result, a lot of the families have now sued him, and they've won. He's going to have to pay back tens, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars in damages to these families. And quite right, it won't do anything about the pain he caused them. Some of them actually have people turn up outside their houses with guns because Alex Jones had told them that these parents were making it all up. They were all staged actors. It was all run by the government. So I simply say to you, now I've told you that, what is your view of Alex Jones?
I don't see why any of that has to do with me. It's very interesting. I've done the guy's podcast. I know him well. He was professional and courteous to me. When I meet somebody, they show me respect. I show them back. Respect. That's what I do, as I did with you.
You respect him?
If somebody shows me respect, I show them respect back.
So if Adolf Hitler showed you respect, you'd respect him back.
That's a stupid question.
It's not. It's a logical extension of your argument.
No, if in 1931 I was walking through Germany and a man come up to me and said, sorry for bumping into you, I'd say, sorry. I'd show respect back. I don't know, what are you trying to say? That I sanction the Holocaust?
You literally just said if somebody respects you, you respect them back.
I say if somebody shows me respect, I show respect back. That's a good way to go through life.
Whoever it is.
If somebody shows me respect and is courteous to me, I'm courteous back.
I can respect somebody who caused such misery and pain to Sandy.
I have no idea the specifics of the thing you're discussing. I don't understand any of it. I don't know anything about it. You told me your version of events.
When did you go on the podcast?
I was on the podcast about four
before
times in the last 4 years. I did one relatively recently.
Four times you went on Alex Jones' podcast.
Correct.
Promoting him, helping him make
I don't
money.
think it was promoting and helping him because.
Well, it's his podcast.
Well, yeah, but I've been on the podcasts of people who absolutely hate me. I've been on liberal left-wing podcasts. I've been on feminist
That's
podcasts. And no, you just sat here saying I would like you to agree. Perhaps we could agree on this point that I'm not feminist. I go on feminist podcasts. I do a podcast circuit.
You're not a feminist?
I don't know.
What do you think a feminist is?
Well, let's not change subject here, Pierce. Stay on the subject.
You mentioned feminism.
Completely. But you're trying to get away from the point because what you did is you're trying to say because I did a podcast, I sanction all of this person's views. And I'm saying I do 5 podcasts a week. I do 5 podcasts a week, and I don't sanction 100% of the views of any other person on the planet because I'm an individual. He has an individual views, as do you. So I don't know why you're trying to come at me for one of his views and pretend that's something to do with it.
It's a pretty big view.
No, but it's a lame trick, Pierce, and you're better than this. So let's move on.
It's lame,
and let's move on.
Putin had a podcast, would you go on it?
Sure.
One enemy
You would?
remaining.
Great, okay, let me know what you're talking
If
about.
Vladimir Putin had a podcast, I'd go on it. If Joe Biden had a podcast, I'd go on it. If a feminist has a podcast, I'd go on it. If Piers Morgan has a podcast, I'll go on it. If Alex Jones, I don't see the point you're making. There's no point here. You're digging, but there's nothing to find.
Well, I'm not taking your position. If somebody shows you respect, you respect them.
I think that.
I'm saying there are lots of people in the world I do not respect. If Vladimir Putin showed me respect, I would not respect him.
That's your opinion, but
No, it's my view.
Okay, that's your view. Well,
your view is you would.
You're sitting here, Piers, saying that I'm on uncensored show, and in your intro you said that it's important that we don't have echo chambers and we have varying and that we have varying opinions.
Correct.
But then you're saying the people you don't like, you wouldn't go on their podcast.
No.
So you are a hypocrite.
No.
I will go on anybody's podcast and discuss any point.
I don't think you understand what censorship means, do you? Like a lot of words we've had problems with today.
You're just saying
What do you think censorship means?
No, but the point I'm trying to make here.
Hang on. What do you think censorship means?
Don't hide from the fact that you're saying you will only do podcasts with people you like.
Why do you think that's censorship?
No, that's your prerogative. My prerogative is I'll discuss opinions with anybody, and I've done hard left wing. Why are you not asking me about the podcasts I've done to the people who are hard liberal
By the way,
left wing?
I don't care whether they're left or right.
Okay.
Extremists to me are nuts, right?
Then we agree.
Yes.
So perfect.
Good.
Next subject.
All right. Here's my next
One
subject.
enemy remaining.
Serious case here.
Jesus, and before you move on, sorry, Pierce, before you move on, I do find it kind of disingenuous, and I know we're on a show, and I don't have a personal problem with you, but it is kind of disingenuous to try and sit here and lump me into some school shooting. That's nothing to do with it. That's nothing to do on any level.
Let me respond.
On any level.
Let me explain. Like you just said, you've been on this podcast 4 times.
In 4 years.
Since he said the whole thing was staged.
I don't know when he
And I think the fact that a smart guy like you wants me to believe you had no idea that Alex Jones, who's been in the news now for the last 2 years, for being sued by these families for the most heinous thing imaginable, of pouring petrol onto their grief by claiming that shooting was staged. The fact that you're pretending you didn't know about any of that.
It's not about pretending I
You've
didn't.
been on his podcast 4 times, supporting him and making him money. So damn right I'm going to call you out on it.
When I do a podcast, if you think I spend time analyzing the point of view that person and everything they've ever said for years beforehand.
Years? There's minutes in most
years
cases.
and years.
When did you last go on his
Pierce,
podcast?
you tried to lump me in and attack me for a person whose podcast I do having a view. Absolutely childish.
Okay.
Because I've done a bunch of podcasts with
You would do a
I've
podcast.
done a bunch of podcasts with people who are advocating for things that I do not agree with on every single level. In fact, most of my podcasts are me disagreeing with people. So it's completely crazy that you're trying to lump me in with that. That's cheap. That's cheap.
You are completely misconstruing the point of what I'm saying. I think deliberately.
No, what you're trying is a cheap trick, and I'm just making it clear
It's
to
not
the
a cheap
audience.
trick. I'm just curious where your moral line is.
It's a cheap trick.
Where's your moral line?
I disagree with the points of view with the majority of the people I do podcasts with. So it's a very cheap trick you're trying here. So I don't
People
know where it's
invent vile things to make themselves rich off the back of families of little kids who've been blown to pieces with a machine gun or a semi-automatic
30 seconds
version
left.
of a machine gun. I think that is actually a line I wouldn't cross. I wouldn't be happy
Spike
to
planted.
go on someone's podcast when they've been
One enemy
responsible for doing
remaining.
that. It's not about political views or differences of opinion over facts. It's about somebody deliberately inventing a pack of lies to compound the grief of families. And I'm curious, you don't think you have any need to go down any kind of moral quandary about people like that before you continue to allow them to use you for their own promotion?
He didn't use me. He didn't use me for
Why is he having you on
promotion.
the podcast?
Because we disagreed and discussed points like we're doing with you right now.
Did you call him out on that?
Are you using me? We didn't discuss that.
I'm not using. I'm giving you a platform most people aren't giving
Someone's
you right now to show the world.
someone's
who you
saving
really are.
people.
Fantastic. So neither of us are using each other. I'm here on your show. I'm providing you with content. You're giving me a platform. And nobody's using each other. It's mutual. We don't agree on a whole bunch of issues.
It's fine.
And here we are.
I think we've had a robust exchange.
Yeah, just like I've done on nearly every other podcast. And if someone were to come and say to me in the future,
Yes.
heaven forbid, there was a skeleton
B,
in your closet, and someone were to come to me and say, you were on Piers Morgan's show, did you know
Push,
he's
push,
X?
push.
He's done X. I would say that's absolutely nothing.
Hard
Coming,
push.
coming, coming,
But
coming.
I make the same
You
point
holding,
protecting
holding.
you. I don't know what you do. I don't know your personal life.
I can guarantee one thing. I will not be inventing stories of families.
I hope you're a righteous person. But I don't
I'm
know.
not claiming to be a righteous person.
I don't know.
I'm just saying that I just think it's interesting that you have no moral compulsions that go to people.
It's not about moral compulsions. It's about I don't know what you do, Piers. You could have a bunch of skeletons in your closet, my friend. I don't have a clue.
Sure.
I'm here on your TV show.
I'm sure we all have lots of skeletons. Let me ask you.
Remaining.
Interesting about the feminism thing. Do you identify as a feminist?
I think that women and men are fantastic. Both of us are fantastic. I think women reproduce. I think women need to be respected, protected, provided for. I think that modern feminism is kind of hard to even truly understand.
What do you think it means? What is feminism?
I think that the idea of feminism is that men and women are equal under the law.
And do you believe that?
Completely.
We should be treated completely equal.
Yeah, but we are equal under the law. Wouldn't you agree?
Not really. I think there are still some issues in the world where, I mean, certainly in workplace, the gender pay gap remains. They're not treated equally in most cases, women.
Well, that can be
This
discussed
time
in gender pay
age
gap. I think that's already been
maximum.
discussed at length. I think that there's
I
actually...
think women should go to work.
I think women should work completely.
You do.
Why wouldn't they?
Because in the parts of the country, of the world you were mentioning earlier, that have different views
No.
of women, they don't go to work.
In the parts of the world that person from the podcast was from, for the point I made, yeah, they didn't. But I don't live in those parts of the world. I think women should be free to work if they choose. I think it's very important that the family unit remains. I do believe that in my personal
Hey,
opinion,
bro,
the most
fuck it.
important and respectful thing a woman can do is become a mother. I think that having children is a beautiful thing. But obviously, if a woman wants to work, wants to have a career, especially now with paternity leave, and she can manage to do both, why wouldn't I want women to work? I don't know why anyone would ever assume I don't want women to work or think women can't work, because I said that I should keep them safe sometimes. No, but it's interesting because you have to look at this, Piers. It's interesting how people extrapolate. Andrew said that that he's responsible for a woman's safety, and he said that gives him authority to make decisions for her safety, and that's been misconstrued, and he's a bad person. He believes that women are property. So, but now we believe that Andrew doesn't believe in love. Andrew doesn't believe women should work. Andrew, I don't know where all of that comes from.
Well, that's why I'm glad we've had a chance to discuss.
Completely. I believe women are sovereign individuals, and they can make any choice they so desire. I think that it's important that we remember that a man has a duty. I think I certainly in my relationship have a financial responsibility to provide for my woman. My woman would never have to work unless she wanted to, because I'm the kind of person who works hard enough that she wouldn't have to.
Should young men though all aspire to be like you?
Should young men aspire to work very hard, have no criminal record, become multimillionaires, protect and provide for the women close to them, be sovereign so they can stand up and have their own points of view in face of cancellation, be able to not be mentally intimidated when they go on national TV and there's traps set up for them. Yeah, I believe that confident, strong men who stand up and protect and provide for women are a good thing for the world and a good force for the world. And I don't think that I put a magic spell on anybody. I think there's a whole bunch of men in the world who understand my value. And if men grow up to be like me, you're going to have a whole bunch of people with no criminal record, dedicated athletes, who protect and provide for people close to them, are fantastic for the economy. And I'm certainly not the worst influence out here, Piers. You have Little Nas twerking on the devil on music videos, which our children are digesting. You have drill artists singing about stabbing people to death in the middle of a knife crime epidemic. You have rabid psychopaths on whether the right or the left announcing violence on the other side. You have all these insanities.
30 seconds
because
left.
I sit here and say, yeah, perhaps. Now you laid it out and it offended you, I understand.
I didn't say it offended.
Okay, cool.
I just read you the thing.
You read things that you say they can be offensive and some people are offended.
Well, some people definitely were offended.
Absolutely. That's fine.
And honestly, I think some of the things you said were genuinely offensive.
Okay, so they offended you. Like I said earlier, so they offended you, which is fine. I said they offended you, you interrupted me, and now you're saying they offended you, which is fine. But the point I'm trying to make is this: I'm not the devil. There are certainly worse people than me, and they exist. And I'm saying that my core tenets, that the people who don't understand me, are self-accountability, so I'm accountable for everything I've ever said. My core tenets are responsibility, so I'm responsible for everything I've said. My core tenets are traditional masculinity to a degree, which involves protecting and providing for women. And I'll make another point. Another point here that's that needs to be said. The number of women who have stood up and stuck up. Thousands of women are making videos saying, I met Andrew Tate, he's such a nice guy. I wish I had a man like Andrew Tate who felt responsible to protect and provide for me. You know what? I do belong to my husband, that's why I married him and I love him. We ignore the thousands of women who stood up and stood by me and said everything I said is true. And we're taking a very vocal minority who have taken things I've said and are pretending to be absolutely and utterly devastated by them for some reason.
All right. Time out.
Sure.
You've had a good run.
Sure.
An inquest this week found that the 14-year-old girl, Molly Russell, died from self-harm, depression, and the negative effects of online content. The coroner said she was exposed to material that may have influenced her in a negative way, and in addition, what started as depression has become a much more serious depressive illness, and she's very sadly took her life.
That's absolutely disgusting.
Right. Her father's campaign for better protections against potentially dangerous social media algorithms, right? It says that the particularly graphic content she saw romanticized acts of self-harm, normalized her condition, and focused on a limited and irrational view without any counterbalance of normality. First of all, what is your response to that? Nothing to do with you.
That's the first thing. Yeah, it is nothing to do with me. The fact that a 14-year-old took her life is truly sad. The world we live in today is world we live in, the fact that something like that happened is almost mind-blowing to me. That's truly sad. I actually feel sad inside to see something like that. This fact that they just said just romanticizing the gory element. I don't know what she was watching, some kind of suicide videos thing. I don't know where these things are
Do you
created.
think the tech companies should be much tougher about stuff like this?
I don't know what kind of things she watched, obviously. I have to be a professional here. I think that the tech companies need to do their best to protect people, I guess, to a degree. But it's a slippery slope, isn't it? And then they use this slippery slope to silence something.
Right, and I think it's a really fine line. It's a complicated line.
It is very.
I was interested in when you did an interview with the Times. Hugo Riffin was a big journalist. You did a big interview with him, and it was interesting to me his conclusion, because he kind of concluded that although he found a lot of the things he said
defenders win
and offensive, and he didn't like them, and he didn't want to be that kind of person and say those kind of things, nor could he actually work out exactly what you'd done, which deserved mass wipeout by all the tech firms. I thought it was an interesting conclusion. I don't know the answer to that, other than the reason I mentioned the Molly Russell case, not because that has anything to do with you at all, and I reiterate that.
Thank you.
I simply ask you this. What has come clear to me in the interview is that a lot of things you say you wouldn't say now that you've said before.
But I'd say differently.
Yeah, right. So to me, that's an acceptance. Not just that you want to get back on platforms, because maybe that was one of the reasons you were no platform, but that you've recognized and understood the potential harm to the wrong kind of impressionable mind by some of the things you've said. Would that be fair?
I think that's 80% fair. I recognize and understand that with massive fame, you have to be more careful about being misconstrued. Like I said earlier, 1% of people misunderstand you. It doesn't matter with a small audience. It matters with a very large audience. With power comes responsibility. I still believe the things I say. I do not want to be a negative force for the world. I also understand that I am a man who's lived a very difficult, nuanced life, and I am capable of making nuanced points that may be misunderstood by teenagers. However, that can be said about anybody and everything. Every opinion online can be misunderstood by children. Trying to protect children from the internet is a very interesting subject in and of itself, because I would argue
So
that
most of
80%
the people have childish brain
or detrimental to a
who
young
doesn't
mind
understand, I
Yeah,
guess.
I'd argue that all of it. We just talked about music videos and dancing on the devil and
Listen,
all this stuff. All this stuff is dangerous.
By the way, I think you make a very good point on that. So, a lot of these rap stars, the lyrics, the videos, I think far exceed anything that you've been accused of doing.
Completely.
Because in a lot of cases, some of them promote non-consensual activity with people.
He's talking about
And I just
Lil
think
Nas
that crosses
X
the line you have, as far as I've seen,
video.
you haven't crossed that line.
No, I haven't, and this is the thing, and I've been vilified not because of the things I say,
about
because
that
much more
song. In
extremist
that
content
song,
already exists on the internet.
Lil
I think the
Nas,
reason I've been attacked and
I
vilified
think
is because
he's
of the popularity, because I became
he's a
so
gay or
massively
whatever,
famous, not
bisexual,
because
I'm
of what
not
I was
sure.
actually saying.
So he's
So,
doing
as a professional, I
something
analyze
with the
that, and I
devil.
understand that, okay, I'm massively famous now, and certain things have been taken out of
Gucci
context.
Gucci with
However, I
devil.
still do believe I'm a force for good in the world, and I'm not going to sit here
Have
and
you
say...
changed, though?
I don't... It's not about changing.
Well, it is. We're all involved
And
in
he
legal
is, I
issues.
think,
How old are you now?
I'm 36.
he's not
36, right? I bet
having
you're a
much
different
age.
person to
He's
what you were when
very,
you were 26.
I mean,
Oh,
small
that's
image.
absolutely, that's absolutely a
So we all change. And Mike, you keep talking about being a good person.
Yeah.
I think if you're honest with yourself, that you can see why people found a lot of the stuff you've said problematic
No,
and
bro.
misogynist. And I think you've recognised you wouldn't express yourself in that way again because you've understood that it's caused a lot of harm. And that's really, really what I wanted to get to today. Was an
No.
acknowledgement by you that these things clearly
Match
were
found.
said in the wrong way, created
Yeah.
the wrong impression if you didn't mean them the way you intended them, and can therefore have a malevolent influence when you have a huge following.
Yeah, when you have a huge following, you certainly have to be a lot more careful about how you get certain points across. That's absolutely a fact.
Andrew, I appreciate you coming all the way from Romania.
Thank you.
It's been an interesting conversation, and I thank you for having me.
Cheers, man.
Well, that's it from me. Whatever you're up to, keep it uncensored. Good night.
Now,
Well, joining me now is Andrew Tate. Whose
after
videos
this
have
is
been
the
viewed
second
millions
one
of times online,
yesterday, 2
and
days
he's been
ago.
banned from pretty much every mainstream social media platform, including Twitter. Andrew Tate, welcome back to Piers Morgan Uncensored. Your take on this, I think, is quite interesting because you've been a victim of being, if victim's the right word, but you've been removed from social media platforms for your opinions. Elon Musk has dedicated himself, he says, to restoring free speech. Do you think that's going to include you, for example?
I don't think it matters if it includes me or not. I think what's important is that free speech is the #1 weapon against absolute tyranny. And although you cannot have complete free speech because then conversations completely break down into asinine insult fests, I do like the idea of the changing of the guard when it comes to control over information.
Is it possible, Andrew Tate, to actually police something like Twitter to be a platform for genuine free speech? Or is it so toxic and tribal now that whatever happens, you know, before we had all people on the right screaming away that they were being no platformed and so on. Now you've got all the people on the left screaming that they're being diminished in some way. It's very tribal, very
They
toxic.
also banned Donald Trump on Twitter. So
yeah, it's going to be extremely difficult. There's always going to be one group of people who are extremely unhappy, but I think that anybody who's perspicacious enough to understand the truth of what's been going on in the world recently will know that the left and their narratives have certainly been protected for a very long time. And the universe has swings and balances, and God often restores balance to the universe, and perhaps it might swing the other way for a while. I truthfully am a person who believes that all points of view are extremely important, because as soon as you block points of view, you have absolute tyranny.
And in a way, it's sort of self-defeating, isn't it? Because you carried on getting huge attention. It was interesting to me that when you came on the show, for example, we've had, I think, nearly 6 million people have viewed the whole interview that we did, which is a huge number of people, certainly far higher than watched it on conventional television. So you have a whole world out there online which operates away from social media platforms.
Yeah, I've been very, very successful in spite of them, but not many people can do that. I'm in a pretty unique position, but I think that everybody needs a voice to a degree, and social media platforms are now the most important platforms on the planet. They control information, and they influence real-world decisions, and they influence people's perception of reality. The last few years of COVID have been a perfect example of what happens when you censor one side of the argument, and you only allow one point of view to be purported by the matrix in and of itself, and that's how you end up in tyrannical situations.
So what he's just talking about the COVID situation, when some people were there who were not believing that it's there or not, and not taking the vaccine, and they were against the vaccine. So if someone said or made a video about this, those users got banned, and that video also got taken down. They were trying to purport that vaccine is important, and now later on they have studies where they say that if you take vaccine or you don't take vaccine, it's all one case. So earlier they didn't had this study and results, so that time they were banning people, locking them up and all of that. That's what he's referring to.
I think you were just discussing that, Piers.
Yeah, and I think that's a perfectly valid point. You know, people have quite rightly held me to task over some of the positions I took during the COVID pandemic, notably when the scientists said as a definitive fact that you couldn't transmit the virus if you had the vaccine. It turned out that wasn't true, and I based my observations on that supposed fact and said, right, well, in that case, if you refuse to be vaccinated, you shouldn't get the same rights as people who've been vaccinated. If it's true that if you're unjabbed, you can pass it on. It turned out, actually, there's not much difference whether you've been vaccinated or not. And at that point, I changed my mind. But I felt that there were a lot of people who were being deplatformed from Twitter at the time for questioning the validity of scientific statements, and there would then be a complete U-turn. So I do think it was a very interesting period, actually, for testing what free speech means.
It was actually worse than that. You're right, Piers, but it was actually worse than interesting, because what happens is when you censor an entire side of the argument and only allowed one side of the argument to have a voice, you are changing reality in real time. You are shaping the world. The only reason that scam continued as long as it did, and the only reason people didn't get to see their own parents get buried, and the only reason people sat and missed cancer appointments because they were scared of the common cold, was because they were censoring anybody who said anything contrary to the purported version of events that the mainstream media decided they want the entire world to swallow. It's beyond simply interesting, and it's beyond simply funny or coincidental.
Yeah, I will challenge you on one thing. It's not the common cold. Like, COVID-19 has killed 6.6 million people. It is one of the most deadly viruses, certainly of our lifetime. So it wasn't the common cold. but I do think it is completely justified for people to say we should be more cautious, I think, about accepting during fast-moving pandemics the word of scientists as being sacrosanct, because on a number of things, from the use of masks to the efficacy of vaccines to preventing transmission, they did massive U-turns.
I've read enough history books to know that the people who do the censoring are never the good guys. And they've been censoring the law arguments for a very long time in the name of good. Weaponizing virtue, and it's always in the name of tyranny. Anybody who's out here trying to silence an entire side of an argument on any subject, whether it's COVID-19, immigration, anything else, they are the evil people who are out for absolute mind control.
लेफ्ट में होगा उसके अंदर
Well,
होगा
I certainly agree that I think the healthiest thing for any democracy is for all views to be aired and debated. We seem to have lost the ability to debate. You know, when I interviewed you, yeah, we had a few fractious moments, but actually, I thought it was a pretty spirited debate between people who perhaps had preconceived views of each other. And I've got no problem interviewing you now, because I think you have an interesting take on this stuff.
And that's the key to life. When you reach that level of adolescence in your mindset where you can't handle any point of view that's contrary to your own, then you're truly a broken person, and that's what the internet is purporting. It's very interesting you said about Twitter being tribal. There's a large contingent of people on Twitter who simply cannot handle reading an opinion which differs from their own, and that is a degree of immaturity that we do not need adults to be functioning with in the modern world.
No, I agree. If you were Elon Musk, this idea of charging $8 now a month, whatever it is, to access the blue tick premium Twitter account, would you do that? Would you pay the extra?
I think that social media companies for a very long time have lived in an absolute fantasy where they printed money from thin air by charging people for pixels, and they grew into these large conglomerates with too many staff sitting around doing nothing, having coffee breaks. And Elon Musk is a businessman. He's walked into the office, and he's firing a bunch of people who are messing around doing nothing, and he wants his business to make money, as it absolutely should. And how he decides that happens is his prerogative. I don't see why we should sit and accept that a website needs 200,000 people sitting around discussing in long meetings, sitting on beanbags about policy of human rights of some garbage. When he's come along and said, no, I'm a businessman, we're going to charge for our service, we're going to reduce the number of staff, we're going to be a functional, coherent company, as they should be. And it's his prerogative to do it. As he's bought the company, I think he can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree, because I remember the appalling censorship of the New York Post exclusive about Hunter Biden, the son of the president, about his laptop. This is 3 weeks before the election that Joe Biden won. He was heading, to a possible victory, but it was tight. And that story, they reckon, could have tipped it either way. But it was completely suppressed and censored. Starting with Twitter, then Facebook, then others. Twitter literally locked out the New York Post account for 2 weeks for breaking a completely true story. I thought that was shameful.
It's worse than shameful. It's worse than shameful. When you control information, you control the real world. They affect the real world in real time. They are genuinely affecting the reality people live in. They are not just a company. They're not just a social media platform. It affects absolutely every single person on the planet when it changes who is elected. I don't want to comment specifically on Hunter Biden or the laptop. I would never kill myself. But I don't think it's fair that they would hide certain key information that close to an election. The fact that they've done that was done specifically to affect the world that we all live in. We all have to suffer the consequences of those things. So to sit and say that these companies can just do whatever they want, they're private, etc. No, free speech is beyond important for democracy. It's important for the reality that we exist under.
Andrew Tate, thank you for joining me. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Frank.
One enemy remaining.
We're gonna win. No other option. Let's go. Thank you.
4, 3. Oh, this was very short, bro.
मिड देखना भाई जेट
Blocking sight.
मिड से हो सकता है किचन
मिड है
एक तो ए आ रहा है।
Spike planted.
बेटा है
Satchel out.
Last player standing.
वैसे मैं YouTube चैनल डिलीट कर दूंगा।
My power does not ask for aid.
इस कार में घर
and
में
you shall
कितने लग गए? सच बताना माँ भी जैसे एक रील डालना रील वो नहीं ब्रो मेरे को आई डोंट लाइक टू देखो मेरा एक अलग फंडा है राहुल भाई मैं जैसे सब रील्स नहीं डालता हूँ ये सब आई थिंक ये चीज़ें ओनली पॉसिबल हुआ है क्योंकि ये आप लोगों का सपोर्ट था सेकंड चीज़
Let's fly.
मैंने कुछ ऐसा हम लोग मैं या फिर मेरी फैमिली को ऐसा रिच
You
बैकग्राउंड
want
से
to
नहीं है
play? Let's
हमने
play.
भी चूल्हे में खाना खाया हमने भी बहुत ऐसा देखा है ग्राउंड लेवल देखा है तो आई फील कि मेरे को अपना रूट्स याद रहना चाहिए आई शुड
भी
ऑलवेज
आगे उसके
एंड आई शुड ऑलवेज रिमेंबर माय रूट्स मैं कहां से आया हूं सो आई डोंट लाइक टू फ्लेक्स सच थिंग्स इन फ्रंट ऑफ माय ऑडियंस बट हां
आने दे
कोई बहन का उड़ा होगा उसको फ्लेक्स करो अपनी जनता के लिए अपनी जनता के लिए फ्लेक्स शौक और खुशियां शेयर कर सकते हैं बट फ्लेक्स नहीं कर सकते ऐसा डिफरेंस मैं आप लोगों का जैसे बट फ्लेक्स
Last player standing.
अपनी जनता के लिए नहीं करूंगा बहुत सिंपल सी
Spike planted.
मैंने भाई मेरे बच्चों ने बहुत समझो जी और आज नॉर्मल ह्यूमन विद मस्टैंग
Functioned yet.
भाई ये भी तुम लोग नहीं करवा के दिया है मेरे पास था नहीं पहले मैं भी ऑटो में 10 रुपए में घूमता था तुम लोग नहीं करवा के दिया है
भाई कितने का बना घर आपको कितने का बनाया आपने घर ये टोटल
2 साल के 2-3 करोड़
2-3 करोड़
8.5 करोड़
होगी
हाई लो खाली बोलो नंबर नहीं बोलूंगा
8 करोड़ भाई 8 करोड़ ना इतना नहीं जाए हाय
ये बात तेरा कंफर्म 10 करोड़ 15 करोड़
लो ऐसा वैसे ही समझो कुछ एग्जैक्ट मेरे को भी
9 से 10 असर
किसी फैन को अपने घर पे इनवाइट करते हैं और डे विद स्काउट करते हैं और एक मेंबर का वो प्रोफाइल बात है मतलब तू मारता है मुठ एक इंसान बता जो नहीं मारता और जो नहीं देखता है जो ये बोलेगा ना कि मैं आई नेवर मैं मुंह पे बोलता भाई मैं YouTube चैनल डिलीट कर दूंगा ओपन जिस इंसान ने अपना लाइफ में अभी तक बोलेगा ना कोई नहीं करता हूँ मैं बहनचोद एकदम खतरनाक सा हूँ ऐसे में बोल दिया ना और प्रूव कर देना वो चीज मैं अपना YouTube चैनल डिलीट कर मैं हुआ है ना देखो
Last player standing.
मेरे को तो चूतिया मत बनाओ यार अपने घर वाले को बनाना समझ आता है मेरे से क्या छुपाना
जॉन भाई आज ही खाता खुलेगा ना
मी यू सेम
खुलेगा भाई ट्राई कर रहा हूँ
लॉन्डे देखो लॉन्डे
कोई नहीं भाई
कनेक्ट करो
As long as you're giving me 100% भाई
फालतू का मोह माया वाली जिंदगी
मैं 100%
ठीक है
कोई नहीं है नियॉन भाई बी
ये भी हो रहा है भाई
COD 4 is easily the best.
Nazi Zombies was a cult hit. People began playing it as religiously as they were the multiplayer campaign.
But was there something special within Modern Warfare 2 that the other games didn't capitalize on? No one builds a frantic roller coaster shooter better than Call of Duty.
The gameplay of the single-player campaign bored me. It feels like the rest of the Call of Duty games.
भाई थोड़ा aggressive खेल यार, मैं पीछे पीछे मत रहे.
Why is Call of Duty such a bad game? He's the biggest pile of dog poop ever. I really just don't even like it anymore, and I don't know. It seems like that might be a general consensus now.
What don't you like about Call of Duty, Ghosts?
It's just terrible.
लगा यार बहुत पैसिव खेलता है जेट यार, बहुत ज़्यादा.
Afternoon in your school courtyard, to be specific.
थोड़ा जल्दी जल्दी करा करना भाई, जेट है तेरे पास, इतना पीछे क्या 4 जगह गन मारेगा अपनी.
That's not such a bad thing, because mum is on her way to pick you up.
Duelist mentality नहीं है तुम्हारी.
There's 3 specific things that await you. 3 things being the difference between good and evil. 3 things that separate the boys from the men. 3 things that at the time were indistinguishable from God. A 1.25 litre bottle of
भाई
fridge
पूरी
cooled
टीम
vanilla
में ही मार
Coke,
देता
an
तो मैं
Xbox
ब्रॉन्ज में
360
होता
with a
क्या.
fresh 12 months of membership, and
अरे
Call
भाई
of
थोड़ा
Duty.
aggressive खेला कर, मतलब बहुत ज़्यादा वो है, वो तू
Pour
पैसिव
yourself a
खेलता है
glass of
भाई.
that sweet,
इतना भी मत
bubbly
कर.
black poison while also firing up your Xbox and selecting the greatest Call of Duty to ever be released. You'd prefer to play Team Deathmatch because the players are generally less skilled in that game mode, but the games aren't long enough to get one of your selected kill streaks, the tactical nuke, so instead you load into Domination.
Yeah, I deep-throated your mom.
You come to discover that the other team is so bad that differentiating them from 8-year-old children would be nearly impossible, partly because many of them are 8-year-old children. You sit behind the spawn and slaughter them until the cows come home. Only in this scenario, the cows are that golden 25 kill streak that you could only receive once in a very small quantity of games. You call it in, sit back in your chair, take a swig of that vanilla Coke with ice in it, and you think to yourself, does it really get any better than this? Well, that game that you had grown to know and love, that game that you thought would be superior overall until the end of time, that game where you had made many friends, enemies, and memories would at some point begin to decline in popularity. Only 3 short years later, in late 2012, Call of Duty Black Ops would mark the final Call of Duty in the reign of the series, before the sales and player base would begin to decline, like the unsinkable Titanic hitting an iceberg and ending up at the bottom of the ocean. This creates a question that back in 2010 would have never even entered your frame of mind. What caused the downfall of the Call of Duty series? Was it the fact that after 15 years of development, the player base simply lost interest? Was it the fact that the quality of the gameplay rapidly declined following the release of Black Ops 2? Or was it something a little more sinister, such as the slow undermining of the skill gap, one of the elements that made the game so enjoyable in the first place? This is the rise and fall of one of the greatest video game series of all time, Call of Duty. But before we get into the core of today's video, I'd just like to take a second to thank today's sponsor, Raid Shadow Legends. Raid Shadow Legends is a turn-based RPG where you have the opportunity to create a team of champions to battle both bosses and other players while simultaneously completing challenges. The game is 100% free to play, easy to download, and can be played on both iOS and Android devices. What I did personally when I first started playing Raid Shadow Legends was to play through the campaign while completing quests and challenges at the same time. And if you don't want to go on a solo mission, you can join one of the clans available in the game, a great way to learn from others. My favourite part about Raid Shadow Legends is how many different champions there are, and they all have different and unique attacks. On top of all this, Raid just released the new Artifact Forge, a fantastic time saver which provides the ability to craft artifacts directly. A new advanced quest system, new champions, and even a new Doom Tower being developed as we speak are 3 aspects undoubtedly worth getting hyped over, so what are you waiting for? Go to the video description, click on the special links, and if you're a new player, you'll get 100,000 silver, 50 gems, 10 mystery shards, and a free champion called Slasher. You can find all of the new rewards here on the home screen. Good luck, and I'll see you there.
Spike down mid.
Low. Cypher low.
There's something very alluring, seductive, and almost romantic about the black and white film representing a bygone era, the unthinkable atrocities forcing us to come to terms with what humans are capable of. Perhaps we just like to put ourselves in the position of those who are really involved, asking ourselves, what would we do if we were put in such a situation? Well, thanks to the invention of film, story, and specifically video games, we've actually had somewhat of an opportunity to answer that question. Beginning back in the early 2000s, game developers began to realise that it was possible to put any old schmuck in the shoes of a World War II hero without the player having to leave their mum's basement. Following such a discovery, World War II shooter games such as Medal of Honor
might even stand a chance on the battlefield.
Wolfenstein and Battlefield began to flood the gaming market to such a level that if the Noah's Ark story was written in the early 2000s, the flood archetype would have just been replaced with World War II games. However, it wasn't just these three big titles fighting for a share in the shooting genre. There was one more game that we're yet to discuss, which was also thrown into the mix. We're talking about a game that was released with such limited experience by its small development team at Infinity Ward that throwing it into the gaming market was like throwing a rat into a snake enclosure with the hope of it surviving. However, we might as well call this game Ratatouille, or that mouse from Mouse Hunt, because over the course of its life it did nothing besides evade and overcome its prejudice in the game genre, coming out on top as the most iconic first-person shooter game of all time. We're of course talking about
One yellow,
beginning with the first installment of the game, Call of Duty 1.
Nice.
Call of Duty 1 was released in October 2003 with the overall goal of, as previously discussed, giving players an opportunity to become a soldier in World War II. The game featured a basic campaign, basic multiplayer, basic gun selection, and a basic storyline. In fact, everything in Call of Duty 1 was so basic that if it was a white girl, it probably would have had an option on the homepage to order Starbucks via Uber Eats. But we have to remember, this was 2003, and while the game was basic and somewhat similar to the other titles released at the time, it was still slightly better than many of its competitors.
It does things that you may have seen before in other World War II themed first-person shooters, but it does them, by and large, as good as or better than other games before.
But while the game was an impressive representation of what Infinity Ward was able to produce way back in 2003, there was still certainly improvements needed. Glitches, lack of overly gripping storyline, minimal gun choice in the original multiplayer.
These are the only classes and weapons you can use while playing the original Call of Duty game.
All elements leading to a fairly weak launch in many countries. On top of this, the game was brand new. No one even knew what Call of Duty was. Like a new YouTuber, a new business, or that one around talking to himself, nobody cared about it. The game needed to build a reputation, and the only way the game could build that reputation was to be releasing new installments of the game while simultaneously improving on what was already created, which is exactly what the Call of Duty series decided to do with the release of Call of Duty 2 and 3. Both of these games, once again both based in World War II, were somewhat similar to the first game. However, it was clear that there were substantial improvements being made to the game. In-depth campaigns 3 times the length of the first Call of Duty, the regenerative health system, newly introduced multiplayer game modes, fans of the series being spoiled for choice like a 45-year-old construction worker looking at the lunchtime menu in a fish and chip shop. But more importantly, all of this displayed Call of Duty's ability to improve over time, perhaps giving its fans confidence in the possibility of what it might become in the future. And what it might become in the future was a notion only perceivable by the team of developers working on the next installment after Call of Duty 3. The installment that would really change the first-person shooter world. The installment that would begin the memories for many long-time fans of the genre. The installment that would take the game into the mainstream. Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare. A raw representation of what was truly capable in game development in the late 2000s. A mix of pace, emotion, and an unthinkable vision of content. It was like the developers had taken everything from the first 3 Call of Duty games, combined them together, put down and injected steroids into it.
Call of Duty 4 is consistently rated by the COD fanbase and players as the best Call of Duty so far.
An incredibly strong campaign full of memorable missions, unbelievable camaraderie between characters, and situations so realistically stressful that they might as well have renamed the mission Winning. Now it's worth noting that when the game was released, 2007, offline single player, mainly campaign mode, was still the main reason for purchasing a first-person shooter game. What do I mean by this? Well, 2007 was that period when everyone was still getting connected to the internet. You know, that kind of period when your dad coming home with a dial-up router was so exciting that it might as well have been Chris Brown coming up with the Black Eyed Peas on Christmas Day. Online multiplayer hadn't really taken off for many games on platforms. I mean, for crying out loud, the PS3 had only just been released in early 2007. Online multiplayer was more of a specialized game mode for those lucky enough to be connected to the internet. But just like the individuals burdened with the responsibility of updating the software on Stephen Hawking's wheelchair, the developers of Call of Duty were smart. They saw something coming. Xbox Online, PlayStation Online, the release of Halo 3 Online in 2007. It was obvious that there was somewhat of a revolution happening here. Things were slowly being set up in a way to give players the ability to start playing online with their friends. The developers at Call of Duty both predicted and capitalized on this by releasing an extensive online multiplayer. Kill streaks, multiple maps, different game modes, leveling, prestiging, hell, even the ability to choose the color of the camo
Chamber
on your
120.
gun. So many different variables that an option to choose your penis size wouldn't have been much of a surprise to the fans of the series. Call of Duty 4 dropped a firestorm in any kind of online multiplayer that had been released previously by any game developer, presumably with the intention of picking up individuals getting console internet connection who might also be looking for a new online game to play. Well, their prediction ended up being almost 100% accurate, with reviews stating that the amazingly deep multiplayer rivals Halo 3 in terms of reach and scope. Then, to back it up, the release of Call of Duty 5 World at War, once again changing the game through the introduction of new multiplayer game modes. Now, the multiplayer in World at War went down in history with a reputation somewhat comparative to the Germans in World War II, both pretty goddamn awful. However, World at War became iconic following the release of a new unique game mode separate from the campaign and multiplayer. A game mode that in the beginning was somewhat of a meme, but a game mode all the same that would result in a drastic expansion of the Call of Duty player base. We're talking about Call of Duty Zombies. Similar to Call of Duty multiplayer in the beginning, Zombies was added in a very simplistic bare bones format with one initial small map and only a few other areas assumably to test whether or not players would actually enjoy it. Well, as it turns out, players loved the game, specifically for high intensity gameplay as well as the ability to test and compete with others on how many rounds you can play. Following this discovery, 3 further maps were added and it was clear to the developers that the players would want more zombies in future installments of the game. However, before the developers could think about more zombies, they had to shift their focus onto the next Call of Duty that was set to be released in November 2009. And by this point, many fans didn't even think that the game could get any better. Extensive multiplayer in Call of Duty 4, zombies in Call of Duty 5, how much better could it get? Well, the answer to that question was so much better that you had to be wearing a helmet not to have your brain blown out of your head from a dopamine overload.
Oh my god!
Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. By this point, late 2009, playing multiplayer online games had become so mainstream that even your nan might have had to the internet. And most people were looking for good online multiplayer games to play with their friends. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 was so perfect that it was like Johnny Sins had just shown up to a Brazos. There was something purely magical about Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, but it was hard to describe. Maybe it was the customizable kill streaks, the introduction of multiple new gun attachments, or even the perfectly polished sniping aspect of the game. Regardless, one thing was for sure, the multiplayer was on a new level. After the first week, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 had sold 4 times as many copies as Call of Duty World at War. And if you look at the graph closely, you can see that there was a lot of growth coming in the future. The release of Black Ops once again brought about another amazing multiplayer experience. Modern Warfare 3 closed down the Modern Warfare series perfectly while also adding further game-changing additions. Then Black Ops 2 took the zombies gameplay to a new level with the introduction of uniquely interactive maps. After the release of Black Ops 2, it became blatantly obvious as to why the series was so successful. The developers had this unrelenting motive to update the game in a way that always seemed to make it better than the previous installment. Except sniping Modern Warfare 2 and Black Ops, that was just an absolute failure. But for everything else, that seemed to be the natural path of development. They understood what the player base wanted. They knew players enjoyed zombies, so they expanded on it. They knew players hated noob tubes and danger close, so they removed it. They knew that players loved kill streaks, so they expanded on it. Multiple installment day of one serotonin peak during Black Ops 2. But perhaps unbeknownst to the developers, Black Ops 2 would be the final installment of the series. Call of Duty as a whole would begin to decline in
भाई मैं बैक स्टैप देख रहा था यार.
अबे बैक स्टैप कितना देखेगा भाई? बस आगे आ जाना, रैनो को मार दिया.
Beginning of the end. 2003, the Call of Duty series had purchased a one-way ticket on the Dover Express, and unfortunately the train was nearing its final destination. The first week following Ghost release saw a 40% drop in sales from the high point during Modern Warfare 3 and Black Ops 2, down to being on par with the sales during Modern Warfare 2's first week back in 2009. And it's obvious as to why the sales weren't great. The game, as if it was Kirby giving a blowjob, kind of sucked.
Why is Call of Duty Ghosts at least such a bad game? I really just don't even like it anymore, and I don't know, it seems like that might be a general consensus now.
Players complaining that you died too quickly, so gunfights were non-existent. The maps were large, ugly, and poorly designed. The destructible maps didn't change the gameplay whatsoever. On top of all this, the developers replaced some of the game modes that had made the game so successful in the first place, such as Hardpoint, Demolition, and Capture the Flag, with Blitz, Crank, and Hunted, alienating some of the long-time fans that they didn't know what game mode to play.
What don't you like about Call of Duty Ghosts? It's Call of Duty Ghosts.
Positive reviews of the game on YouTube by big-time review companies, for example IGN, received dislike ratios of sometimes 70%, with many people saying that the just saying the game was good enough to get approval from the developers, with proof being that some of the reviewers later went on to work at Activision. Almost every worst to best Call of Duty ranking list puts Ghost somewhere near the bottom, and Black Ops 2 somewhere near the top. So you might say that this contrast made it blatantly obvious as to why players began to lose confidence in the developers of Call of Duty. And this loss in confidence would only continue with the following release being Advanced Warfare, once again displaying fewer sales than Call of Duty Ghosts, also being put at the bottom.
आओ फिर से दो बंदे ए चले जाओ 3 बंदे में बैठा जाओ और स्पाइक के चोटे उधर जाओ.
Then for the next Call of Duty Black Ops 3, you have to put yourself in the position of a potential fan of the series. If Ghosts and Advanced Warfare were two of the worst Call of Duties to ever be released, is Black Ops 3 really going to be any better? Unlikely. This mindset caused many fans to avoid the sequel to the famed game that they had once known and loved, Black Ops 2, like trying to avoid eye contact with an old friend in public in the hope that they would see it. It was also around this point that players began to complain, like a 50-year-old mother requesting to speak to the manager after receiving the wrong sauce from McDonald's, of how the game had become purely pandered to newer players.
Call of Duty, it said low to no skill gap at all. I could put my 12-year-old cousin on the game for Call of Duty, and he will get at least 5 kills.
Call of Duty started to squash any inequality between the teams.
X-Spawn.
Players are showing getting the upper hand. Assists began to give the same points as kills, KD ratios removed, kill counts removed, point systems removed, skill-based matchmaking added. It was like Robin Hood had been hired on Call of Duty's development team to take the skilled and give to the unskilled in an attempt to give casual players an opportunity to win without them having to invest any time into getting better at the game. By the time Modern Warfare had rolled around only last year, players were stating that Call of Duty had basically turned into a game with no real goal besides making sure that noobs get to win.
This Call of Duty is made for bad Call of Duty players.
Critics began to believe that Call of Duty was a gaming manifestation of real-world participation trophy culture, telling everybody that no matter how bad they were a winner and deserved something for doing nothing.
If not a game that hands out participation trophy kills. A game that has hindered players' growth by shielding them from adversity.
However, after making this point, the downfall of Fortnite, I think there's nothing that ruins a game faster than crushing the skill gap. Experienced players don't like it because their hard work suddenly means nothing, and new players don't even like it anyway, because putting the hard work in isn't even worth it, because becoming good at the game is no longer an achievement. The more difficult something is, the better it feels to come out successfully on the other side, and you don't get to remove the difficulty without simultaneously removing the fun. And while the recent release of Call of Duty Warzone has bumped up the skill gap as well as the popularity of the game, it seems to be somewhat mutually agreed upon that the multiplayer aspect of the series has been on long-term decline over the last 6 or 7 years, with many people claiming that it would be difficult, if not impossible, for it to ever come back to where it was in the past. So at this point, it only seems appropriate to present some explorable theories as to why Call of Duty has seen such a decline since its peak in 2013. The first theory I'd like to present is that people simply lost interest in the game due to the time and length of the series as a whole. Now, this theory is somewhat difficult to prove or disprove, but I think it's safe to say that over a 13-year period between Call of Duty 4 and the current day, regardless of how many game-changing updates or improvements are implemented, players are going to get bored after playing for a long time simply because of the repetitiveness. There's only so many new maps, new attachments, new kill streaks, new guns, new leveling systems that you can implement before people realise, hey, this is pretty much the same as when it was first released. And this is just the typical path for almost every game. There's no such thing as a game that doesn't have a natural decline in interest as time progresses, except for maybe RuneScape, but honestly I don't know how it's kept the same player base for the last 15 years, but apart from that, Fortnite, Red Dead Redemption, Skyrim, the natural path is always a declining player base because the repetitiveness always ends up getting to the player. The second theory is that people began to stop playing the game due to the poor updates and content implemented by the developers after the release of Black Ops 2. Now this theory is a little more concrete, because there are so many objective accounts by people discussing very similar issues with the Call of Duty series following the release of Ghosts. A community consensus all sharing the same negative opinion of evidence for declining quality, as the developers began to remove and replace many of the aspects that made the game so popular in the first place, it was almost inevitable that players would perceive this as a declining quality and begin to boycott the series. This was seen with Ghosts, then Black Ops 3, etc. To finish this short point, I think it's safe to say a declining quality is always going to be closely followed by a declining player base. The third, final, and my personal favourite theory is that the game began to decline as the skill gap was slowly being crushed over numerous installments. It seems as though the point when the series began to steer away from the extremely unbalanced gameplay also happened to be the same time when the game began to die, possibly as a result of so many people complaining about how overpowered certain aspects were. But ironically, looking back, you kind of realise that all of the points we used to complain about were actually the most fun, and if anything, the only real reason we continued to play the game. NoobTube, Danger Close, one-man army lobbing grenade launcher
Request
shots
कर
right
ले
into the
चौधरी।
enemy spawn on terminal, sitting behind a couch spawn trapping with an LMG and a
बाय कर ले
9v9
भैया
demolition
गोभी
on
भैया
24/7, sitting in a chopper gun and just
भैया
holding the
request
right
करो।
trigger on the enemy spawn, rendering the other team completely
अबे
useless.
भोसड़ी के हार के वैसे भी
It seems as though the things we
Drop
really
those
hated ended up being the things that, without us realizing at the time, were keeping the game alive. Reduced the ability to completely dominate, and you surprisingly reduced the enjoyability of the game. The reality of Call of Duty's downfall is most likely a mix of all three components. Take an audience that's likely already been playing the game for around 3 to 6 years, reduce the quality of the gameplay, and make it unrewarding to advance the player, and you've brewed up a situational fear so bad that even IGN reviewers might give it 0 out of 10 stars. The reality is that
तेरे
games
नीचे है
come
भाई।
and go, rise and fall.
जज लेके तेरे नीचे है जज।
There's no such thing as a game that isn't a bubble. So with all of this being said, it's still incredibly impressive that the series after
Enemy remaining.
is still running
Abhi
for
kahan
a
hai?
player
Spike
base.
down
However,
A.
with that being said, I think it could be nearing the end for Call of Duty multiplayer. But that's a statement that can only be put to the test in the future installments of the Call of Duty series.
भाई तक बचा लिया।
I hate to say it, but probably best to play as a team. So, what's the plan?
ध्रुव ब्रो आप इतना स्ट्रीम करके थक नहीं जा भाई, थक गया भाई। भाई काम तो फन की तरह लोगे तुम। I think you should stream for less time but focus on calling the viewers.
अबे neon gun।
Yes bro. By the time it will automatically be less bro.
Reloading.
रेना भी है यहाँ।
चिल चिल। स्पॉन है लोग, स्पॉन है।
मिड है, सेज मिड है।
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
But so कर लिया भाई ऐड, कर लिया तुम्हें ऐड। क्या है कि ये एप्लीकेबल होता है ब्रो जहाँ पे चैनल बड़ा है, क्योंकि उनके ही कम टाइम में ऑडियंस आएगी तभी तो इंटरेक्ट करेंगे।
ए चलो ना यार, थोड़ा होल्ड कर लो जैसे भी मर्जी है तुम्हारी। एक
यहाँ तो कभी कभी होता है वो बात किसी से।
दादा पैसे नहीं
साइफर इधर है, साइफर इधर है, साइफर इधर है। लो है साइफर, लो है। इसमें से 4
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Flawless.
Now that was a work of art. Prepare yourselves. We fight once again.
You didn't add brother after this game, just add me. Okay, I did brother. You left at that time.
Blow something up. Reloading.
साइफर इधर है।
Enemy spotted A.
सेज रिवाइव।
Careful here. Wall raised. Your duty is not over. So what I miss? Reloading. Enemy spotted A.
low. I. ऊपर ऊपर.
Down A. Last player standing.
भाई निवान मत खेलियो भाई तू अभी.
यार 24 किल करके भी यार बहुत बुरा लगता है भाई यार. After so much hard work you fail. I've become a failure, bro. It's not like I feel pretty often, bro. I have today, bro. See gold players, bro. What the fuck? Wow, feels good too. I sent you request, bro. Slayer Stunner 5516. What the heck? Five six S T. Bro, the request is not going to you. Your request, your friends are full, I guess. Your friend list is full. Bro, I have. So why the request is not going, bro? See, what else I can do, man? That's why I'm saying you send me request. 5516, right? What else I can do? See, no request going to. It happens. When the list is full. Let me try to delete some. Sorry, just breathe, bro. Your request came, bro. What the heck? Bro, you smurfing, bro? Bro, you smurfing, bro? Who you, bro, you? Whose account is this? Okay, bro, that's not a problem. I'm asking, like, this account is very low level and it's on silver, bro. Barely someone reached silver on 27 level. Either they are pro or Yeah. So basically, who are on this level, they don't reach silver. Only they reach silver when you're Smurf. Please talk. I want to hear. I think you are someone who I already know, bro. Wait, let me tell you. Are you Aris Arumugum, who was playing yesterday? A guy playing with me yesterday. Okay, man. Okay, let's see.
Match found.
कुछ भी ले चलेगा.
Bro, pick Sage, bro.
Let him play anything you want.
Bro, he picked Sage, bro. Now he's snitching, man.
Oh my god, he's snitching. Oh my god.
Gold. Gold everywhere. Bro, opponents all gold, bro. What the heck? Is it a gold lobby, bro? What the heck? What we will find in gold? The Ascendants and Immortals? Or Platinum? I think
It doesn't matter what this place used to be. No, it's just another graveyard.
Guys, what are your ranks?
Iron, bro, iron. Iron, bronze, same.
Iron or bronze?
Now it's bronze. This season.
Nice. Who are you?
Many enemies.
Launching smoke.
Enemy spotted A.
Hawk out. Blinded.
Smoke's down.
Heal yourself if you need.
Reloading. Take him down.
For you. Weapon here. Reloading. Here. Enemy spotted A. Reloading. Here.
Sova 60.
Smoke's down.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
60 down Sova.
Remember, Brimstone. If anything happens to you, I'll take the lead.
टीम में सोवा क्या बोल रहे? टीम में सोवा ही नहीं.
अरे नहीं, उसको बोल रहा है वो.
ऑल में बोलना फिर.
ओपोनेंट्स में सब गोल्ड है ब्रो, सारे गोल्ड पे.
अरे कोई ना, डर मत तू, निकाल लेंगे. अपनी सेज पे भरोसा रख. ए नो क्या बोल रही है भाई?
बी बी बी.
तो क्या मत.
Hawk out.
Spike down B.
What the fuck, bro?
Sova, what the fuck, man? Sova is getting headshots, man. Sova, look.
There. Spike is B. Reloading.
Nightmare's over. One enemy remaining.
Take it,
Player
Bulldog.
standing.
Just hold. Don't crouch. For God's sake.
No.
स्पाइक पे रहना ब्रो,
30
स्पाइक पे रहना.
seconds left.
मार्शल है उसके पास. ए नाइस वन.
Okay, they tried. Now it's our turn.
अभी अपने पास रहना है, टेंशन मत ले.
Yes.
Mid.
Hawk out.
Multiple enemies.
30,
Bro, pick my
31,
gun.
40.
Last player standing.
Look your enemy in the eye. It helps with accuracy.
अबे प्लैट वाले लोग के साथ खेलोगे ना, डर जाओगे, बोल रहा हूँ.
लास्ट गेम हारा प्लैट के साथ.
अरे मैं भी प्लैट ही, तो इतना टेंशन मत ले. जस्ट होल्ड करके खेलो और कुछ नहीं.
Hawk out. Healing over here.
Smoke's down.
Hawk out.
Reloading.
Blinded.
Enemy spotted A.
Reloading.
Fred low, very low, Fred low.
Heal up, squad. Bomb buddy out.
Heal.
Healing over here.
Heal up.
Reload. One enemy remaining.
Very low, main.
Hawk out.
Weapon here.
Don't sit down. We're not done yet.
Need equipment. Thanks.
What the heck?
Hawk out. Face your fear. Hawk out. Blinded.
Mid.
What the fuck, man?
One enemy remaining.
Here.
Spike down B.
Coming on the left. Spectre
Last
है तेरे
player
पे.
standing.
Bro, you had a Spectre.
Go get him.
Clutch.
My bad.
Nice try.
None of my stuff has malfunctioned yet. Shall we celebrate that?
Is this Vandal skin देना?
नहीं ब्रो, मेरे पास नहीं है, मेरे पास कुछ नहीं है.
Okay.
Sky
नहीं.
Get out of my way. Fire in the hole.
Serious.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted A. Enemy removed.
अरे भाई देख ही नहीं रहा वो लोग. तेरा गेम है रहना.
One enemy remaining.
देखो. Nice.
We're here because we're the best. Don't any of you forget. Can someone get this? Thank you.
Need equipment.
रहना you can buy.
Thanks. Right here.
Okay.
Hawk out.
Enemy spotted A. Stim beacon down.
Hawk out.
Spike planted.
One down. Reloading.
रहना box. One pyramid.
Bomb buddy out.
रहना pyramid. Corner. One कभी.
Nowhere to run.
Satchel.
Hawk out.
क्या करूँ सैचल करके.
Blinded.
Last player standing.
अटक गया
One
था
enemy
पीछे।
remaining.
हाफ डिफ्यूज हो गया, हाफ डिफ्यूज हो गया।
नहीं है
कोई ना।
Another fight? Clean slate. Let's leave whatever happened in the past.
इसका ही वैंडल दो।
Help a girl out, would ya? Help a girl out, would you?
B.
Seek them out. Hawk out. Found one. Hawk out. Blinded.
Spike down B.
Spike.
Bro, Sage revive. Behind you.
Your duty is not over.
Behind you.
Reloading.
Last player
Bro,
standing.
fuck. Omen 78.
Spike planted.
Launching smoke. On the money. Stim beacon here.
One enemy remaining.
On your right. Nice try.
Wow.
These parasites aren't going to take one step past this.
Switch करते।
अरे ये कौन है भाई अब क्या?
वही तो।
ये सब
नहीं
क्या
खेलना
है
तो
भाई?
मत खेलो ना।
ठीक है छोड़ो ना उसको। सेव करते अभी।
अभी तो कुछ हुआ भी नहीं।
वही तो 3-5 चल रहा है, उल्टा ऐसा भी नहीं हार रहे 5-0, 3-5 चल रहा है और ऊपर से रणनीर होना है लोग का। इतना डर जाता है भेंचो डायरेक्ट सरेंडर। आजा से आजा।
वैंडल आके ले ले।
हाँ बोल।
बैकस्टेप दो ना, बैकस्टेप दो।
मिड में कोई है।
Spike planted.
क्या फर्क पड़ता है, जाना मरेगा।
स्कैम कर रहे।
Last player standing.
वैंडल ही सेव कर लो।
Hawk out. Blinded. Down with.
नाइस ट्राई।
नाइस ट्राई।
I'll teach them to respect their elders.
Can someone get this?
सेज वो उधर मेन पे वॉल डाल दे डायरेक्ट। और एक ये देख लो बस।
Can someone get this?
वो मिड डोर्स टाइप देख लो तुम लोग। तो एक
Jeez, mate.
सेज इधर नहीं ए पे मेन पे वॉल डाल दे।
लेट हो गया।
अरे चलेगा तू डाल कोई नहीं। वो स्मोक करता है।
बी।
Blinded.
अरे ब्रिम निकाल उसको।
For you.
लेना इधर हूँ मैं, मिड देख लेना बस।
What? the fuck?
बैक स्टैब है ना?
सेज रेज यही है तेरे राइट में.
आ रहा है.
मिड से सपोर्ट दे मेरे को. मिड से सपोर्ट दे.
Spike planted.
आजा. मिड से चलते आजा.
मिड में है.
One enemy remaining.
लग जाएगा डर के.
रुक जा मेरे को जान दे तू जा मत.
Last player standing.
लेफ्ट में तेरे. अरे नाइस वन. लव यू.
थोड़ा लेट हो गए थे तुम पर. ठीक है.
You say something? Sorry, ear's still ringing. Help a girl out, would you? Cheers, mate.
I guess they are in the look.
B.
Hawk out. Blinded. Hawk out. Blinded. Face your fear. They will cover.
Nice. Flash and enter.
नहीं.
You fought well.
से तेरे लेफ्ट में.
मिड में है ना. जेट.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Well, I will not die here.
हो गया.
Clutch.
Nice.
This is what I trained for.
So proud of you, Sage. अरे काय क्या बात. Sexy.
Half time. Don't save a thing. Need equipment.
$2000 बुलडॉग मांग ले. तो तू भी खरीद सकता है.
Leave that sober to me.
Get out of my way.
B आ रही है मिड से.
तो बे. सेज हो सके तो रैप मिलेगा.
हाँ रुक दे रहा.
ट्राई करना.
बहुत गंदा मॉली डाल रहा है.
रेना को उठा ले.
One enemy remaining.
अपना गेम है आराम से.
स्पाइक लेके जाएगा. स्पाइक का लेके जा.
इधर ही है वो. इधर किधर जाएगा नहीं. इधर ही है वो.
मिड
ए जा सकते हैं.
इधर ही है. बराबर तुम लोग के सामने ही है. रेना के सामने. अरे नाइस वन. नाइस.
Switching sides.
He threats everyone. Your hearts are found.
बी फेक करो. ये प्लान देता हूँ. पहला राउंड चाहिए।
हाँ तो ठीक, नहीं नहीं नहीं, आजा आजा आजा, ये साइड आजा, ये साइड आजा।
बोल रहे हैं भाई सही रहेगा।
मेरे पास
चलो
हील
हम
है,
लोग-
मेरे पास हील
अभी नहीं,
है,
अब
मेरे
अभी
साथ रहना।
6 चल रहा है ना, चलेगा अभी नहीं, बाद में अपन देखेंगे।
अरे हील है मेरे पास।
अभी हाँ सही बात है, बट हमें जीतना है ना। चलो
घूस उठा लो मेरी।
हिल माँ कसम। आराम से खेलो तुम लोग दोनों, आराम से खेलो।
बैक स्टेप आ गया यार, सॉरी।
निकाल लेगा आराम से,
One enemy remaining.
आराम से।
नहीं कर रहा
आराम
टाइम
से खेल, आराम से खेल।
बस छुपा रहे यार, बस टाइम वेस्ट, टाइम वेस्ट। वही हो गया।
हाफ कर दिया था, हाफ कर दिया था, शेट।
नाइस ट्राई।
कोई ना बुलेट्स नहीं देने, चलेगा।
हाँ चलेगा।
Last thing I need is some hero messing things up.
बाय कर।
चल से जे काम करते अपन ए जाते हैं, बाकी सब लोग बी जाओ, फेक दे के आना बस।
उल्टा कर सकते हैं।
हाँ यही करते, चल एक काम करते, हम लोग भी जाते हैं।
Point and break it.
पुट्स मत देना सेज।
देख लिया मिड पे। स्काई
अबे यहीं खड़ा है भाई।
Weapon here.
यहीं पे होंगे। सेज।
चलते हैं ना।
87 है हाँ जेट।
Reloading.
Stim beacon down.
पीक मत।
Barrier created.
ये बॉक्स के इधर छुप जा, बॉक्स के इधर रुक जा, बॉक्स के इधर।
रुकना।
एक तेरे पीछे।
Rest. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
क्या बात है सेज, तू ही आखिरी उम्मीद है अभी। लेफ्ट साइड नोबड़ा है वो लोग का। अरे नाइस वन।
Nice bro.
The symphony of death. Don't worry, you get used to it. Reloading. Need a drop.
Help a girl out, would you?
मैं इधर वॉल देखता हूँ, ठीक है? इधर से पुश मत करना, यहाँ से आगे मत जाना।
ठीक है।
Somebody out. Walk out. Blinded.
Smoke.
Satchel out.
Down.
Blinded.
नहीं पुश नहीं, अपना गेम है, होल्ड करो ना। बैकस्टेप आया क्या? बैकस्टेप एक।
बैकस्टेप है।
अरे बहन चोई कहाँ आ गया?
रहना निकाल रही है। वो लोग को पता नहीं तो स्मोक में अंदर है ना, रहना अंदर है, अंदर है अंदर।
For you.
दिख जाएंगे थोड़ा साइड से।
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Nice.
अरे नाइस। मेरे को अभी भी जानना है कौन सरेंडर मारा था।
I know what must be done.
भाई मैंने मारा था।
क्यों?
अरे मत पता मुझे मारने में।
Reloading.
मेरे को लगता है ना सरेंडर मारने से गेम उल्टा हो जाता है।
अरे लौंडे लोग में जोश बढ़ गया लगता है।
देना वैंडल देना। वो लोग बाय करेंगे।
करने दो।
कुत्ता करना।
डॉग
कुत्ता करना। छोड़ दे।
बैक स्टेप ध्यान रखना ब्रो।
Still in sight. Many enemies.
फेड है पीछे बैक स्टेप। सेज हील।
नहीं है। अल्ट करेगा।
ओ भैया ब्लाइंडिंग नहीं।
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Stand tall. We are Valorant. We are fighters.
Reloading.
अंडरस्टैंड है किसी पे?
स्काई पे।
वैंडल लेगा।
Help a girl out.
टाइमिंग।
Get out of my way.
Enemy spotted A.
Smoke's down.
Hawk out. Blinded.
Reloading.
ब्रो बैकस्टैब आया एक।
Face your fear.
One enemy remaining.
Look at me. I know that I am by your side.
Need equipment. Thanks.
Help a girl out, would ya?
Reloading.
एक काम करते हैं ना बी ए फेक करते हैं बी इजी प्लांट मिलेगा। छोड़ टाइम
चलते हैं बीच।
Hawk out.
लेट्स स्मोक गो। तो ब्रो हील व्हाट द फक।
स्काई हीलिंग।
Sky.
Squad.
Siege can drive, bro.
Yes, I'm
He's on
trying.
the right side.
Hawk out. Blinded.
He's hopping here.
Enemy spotted mid. Right here.
Here.
Heal bro, heal.
Reloading. My ult's not ready.
Go away.
Enemy spotted B.
Yes, go. Come here.
30 seconds left.
No, we should go A. B. We should go B.
Enemy spotted mid. Enough.
Come B. Come B. No time.
10 seconds left. Hawk out.
एक CT.
Okay. Fuck. Popping.
2 CT. Yes, up, bro. Don't pick. Raise us up. CT.
Omen spawn. Omen spawn.
Player standing. One enemy remaining.
Alt कर.
Reload alt कर दे. Nice.
Op ले लेना. Op ले लेना.
हाँ ले लो shot ले लो.
Just some good old hard yakka. Standing in between us and victory.
कौन चलाएगा?
ना.
मुझे देना.
Would you?
भाई दे दे रेस मेरे को.
पैसा बहुत है बेटा तेरे. Give me gun bro. I drop you.
Reloading. We go. Reloading. Hawk out.
Launching smoke.
Nice one, Guste.
Hawk out.
Stim beacon here.
Time to hunt.
One enemy remaining.
Still in sight.
Backstab आएगा.
Flawless.
अब बताओ जो अपनी असली रैंक.
अरे मेरी सच में आयरन है भाई. ब्रॉन्ज हुआ हूँ मैं.
कर. रेना तेरी रैंक क्या है?
मेरा रैंक तो भाई.
भाई मैं गोल्ड 2 हूँ. तुम लोग क्यों झूठ बोल रहे हो?
अरे कोई भाई मैं तो नहीं हूँ गोल्ड. तो मैं सिल्वर नहीं पहुंचा कभी भाई. लाइव स्ट्रीम करता हूँ मैं. देख ले.
मेरा तो भाई एक्टिव रैंक ही नहीं खुला है मतलब.
Enemy spotted A.
नाइस. जीजी लिख दो.
One enemy remaining.
नहीं यार. मिड.
Attackers win.
Well played यार. क्या खेला है.
Bro, see the rack.
Rack. Bro. What's this, bro? Yeah, bro, they were all gold. I told you. Platinum, bro. What the fuck? What is happening, bro? I'm that good, bro. They were not playing like platinum players, bro. Platinum players just one tap. Even silver players played very good sometimes.
Match found.
Maybe they got boosted or what. There's a guy named Dior. Let's play Dior. cannot play more. Yo man, RIP Pop, bro.
Match found.
एक गोली
आधा चूर इंस्टॉल होकर चूतिए अब टॉप रैक करना
भाई सेज भी इंस्टॉल हो भाई।
अरे इसमें काम कर सकते हैं और यूरो खेलूं इसमें अरे यूरो सेक्सी खेलता हूँ
रुक के ले लेता तो क्या ही फर्क पड़ता सेज ही थी सेज तो लेना जरूरी है
अरे लोड़े तू ओमन ले रहा है
स्मोक्स भी तो चाहिए
तू पक्का ओमन खेल लेगा ना
चैम्बर ले लो ना बैक स्टैब चाहिए भाई
हाँ
बैक स्टैब नहीं चाहिए
चैम्बर ले ले लोड़े तू चैम्बर ले
चैम्बर के पास है क्या?
ले ले भाई जो तेरी मर्जी ले ले लॉक कर दे जो
हाँ
माँ का लंड कब सोने लगे भाई माँ की चूत है
अरे भाई उसको होल्ड ऑन टाइम लेने को भाई गोली
भाई ये गोल्ड के बंदे क्या हो रहे हैं? वैलोरेंट में प्लेयर्स कम हो गए क्या? गोल्ड के बंदे कैसे आ रहे हैं मैच मेकिंग में? प्लैटिनम भाई
अरे डिफेंस
लेवल भाई हो गया है क्या? ये औरों का गेम बेकार है।
चूका डिफेंस हुआ है
मर तो नहीं है
Gun here. Help a girl out, would ya?
अच्छा तू ही चैम्बर है तू ही मुझे तो लगा तूने ओमन लिया है फॉरवर्ड मत खेल सी ऑल सी ऑल सी माँ की छोटी क्या रस मारा है
Spike planted.
स्काई कोई
ले फटाफट स्काई हिल आजा भाई कहाँ छुपा पड़ा है इंचर
Healing you.
Last player
अरे
standing.
क्या यार अरे बैठ गया भाई वो
Hawk out. Blinded.
बैक स्टेप
मेरा देखा ये देखा
सब देगा
मेरा तो ठीक था जो भी था इसका देखा
भाई ये चूचों की तरह
आराम से खेलो पे चोर देंगे अपन
होल्ड करो आराम से खेलो
भाई ए जाओ स्काई रीना फास्ट जाओ फास्ट
ए
अरे माँ की अरे फॉरवर्ड नहीं भाई पीछे आओ अरे माँ की
बंदा ओपोनेंट में
मार्शल चल दिया लॉन्ग से चल तो दे नाइस
अबे यार ये क्या है?
Last player standing.
48.
अबे ये डियोर अपनी मैच मेकिंग में आया था।
भाई लोग सब लोग साथ
पिंग हाई हो रही है। पिंग नहीं काबू।
God छुड़वा रहा।
Together, we will bury them.
भाई रंडियो की तरह खेल रहे हैं सर।
Need a drop. Help a girl out, would you?
ए दीदी छोड़ ये स्पॉट छोड़ मेरा। तू जा गरज जा। माँ की
Joke's over! You're dead!
Spike planted.
गराज से आया था ना।
अरे छुपा हुआ है।
Last player standing.
रंडी गॉड।
अरे फ्लैश डाल के मार दे भाई।
One enemy remaining.
वैंडल उठा के निकल ले, वैंडल उठा के निकल ले भाई।
बहन चो इतने सारे काम दे दो बहन चो, बर्तन भी धो देता हूँ मैं तुम्हारे करके।
अरे किसी न किसी के पास अपने वैंडल किसकी ना रेस?
नहीं भाई गरीब ओपी।
अमीर कौन था भाई? कोई तो था
मेरे पास है, मेरे पास
रेना है शायद। अमीर रेना तेरे पे है वैंडल?
एक गराज देखो कोई। एक
वैंडल
गराज।
सुनो वैंडल।
अरे मेरे पास है भाई।
गराज देखो भाई, मैं ऑफ चला रहा हूँ। चोट नहीं।
किसी स्काई के पास है क्या?
स्काई गराज देख प्लीज। वहाँ चोट थी भाई। सेज 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 मुंह में दे भाई।
सर मैं स्काई को दे देता हूँ।
मेरा वैंडल भी था।
ले भाई।
Spike planted.
नाइस। वाह रे रे भाई, तू तो बड़ा प्रो प्लेयर। तो वैंडल वैंडल ले क्या ले रहा है?
One enemy remaining.
कभी कभी कभी।
अरे
लॉन्ग लॉन्ग है लॉन्ग है।
नाइस। वो वहाँ चोट थी भाई।
हाँ
ओ प्रो प्लेयर।
तो वही तो कह रहा हूँ, ये प्रो प्लेयर है।
ऑफ का भाई
वैंडल की स्काई।
भाई ये देखिए क्या मस्त गन मिली। क्या वन टैप था बे, देखा तूने? की माँ तो अबे आएंगे वो लोग। क्या चाहिए बोलना भी।
Help a girl out, would ya? Cheers, mate.
थैंक्स।
अरे मेंशन नॉट।
You want to play? Let's play.
फिर से ही बात।
Hawk out.
Joke's over. You're dead. I have them.
Hawk out. Blinded.
One less. Enemy C.
अरे मार।
उसका वैसे ड्रॉप हो रहा था।
Enemy remaining.
Long.
Nice.
What?
Shoot this.
Loud.
Mistakes. When they do, take advantage.
भाई इस बार तो ए आना पक्का है। गट फीलिंग
भाई इस बारी जैसे रश करेंगे अल्ट है मेरे पास कुत्ता अल्ट सब वो कर दूंगा मैं ब्लाइंड विंडो मार देना
मेरे पास भी है।
ए
सी आ गई।
Long.
कौन सा long? Nice.
हील मिलेगा स्काई हील मिलेगा स्काई हील
See that.
Down A.
Enemy spotted there. Watching here.
इधर एक है अंदर। अरे 113 मारना भाई चोद स्काई।
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
What? Nice.
I can't get.
Vandal is guy.
देना कोई ना कोई देना।
Help a girl out, would you?
अरे स्किन देना ओए।
अरे कोई और ले गया स्काई को।
Help a girl out, would ya?
भाई देव रे जो भी वैंडल लेके गया स्काई से।
Cheers, mate.
भाई इतना पैसा बचा के क्या करोगे? ड्रॉप दो इसको दो।
Thank you.
ए आएंगे।
Spike down A.
Bro.
One enemy remaining.
बहुत प्यारा भाई प्यारा।
Short.
भाई सैचल देखा तूने? कते कौन फॉर सैचल?
अरे कहाँ से? Vandal is guy.
वाह की चूत कैसा लैंड किया मैं सैचल मजा आ गया भाई ऑर्गेज़म वाह मजा आ गया चल अपना वही है स्काई आजा ए आजा सेज बी
नहीं लगता ए आएंगे अब बी ट्राई करेंगे
बी पे रोल है भाई
हां फिर ठीक अरे कोई गराज देखो मैं देखूंगा इसे अरे बहन जो मां चुप
बॉल पिक दे रहे हो
बॉल तो
अरे भाई मेरे को ही मारा
रुक जाओ
71 रेज और 40 न्यून
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
नाइस स्काई
क्या
स्काई प्रो भाई प्रो प्लेयर है स्काई
अरे मैं आयरन हूं ब्रो
स्काई देख
वाओ भैया
आयरन प्लास्टिक है भाई
आयरन ओके सिल्वर आयरन ओके सिल्वर
Help a girl out, would ya?
अरे लोड़े तेरे पास 9000 है
फिर भी रिक्वेस्ट मांगते हैं बेचारे
भाई आरजीएक्स किस्सा तेरा है क्या
भाई दुकान बड़ी होगी तो क्या पैसे नहीं दोगे क्या भाई
ना भाई ना फिर लूटेंगे
स्काई देख के गराज
माँ की लंड है
भाई 108 मारा मैं हक दिया
Spike planted.
बहुत प्यारा
डिवाइड हो गया
दे दे अरे कवर दे
मारे 114 चैम्बर 114
Enemy spotted.
One enemy remaining.
नाइस
नाइस
माँ छोड़ दे भाई इसके
नाइस
मैं ही लास्ट चल रहा हूँ
मैंने किसको रिवाइव दिया था
मेरे को
रेस को
नियॉन को मारा
एक तो मारा चलो एक असिस्ट तो आया अरे वैंडल दे रहे खुद से दुकान में पैसे नहीं मिलेंगे
भाई ये वाली इधर देना है
तो मैं देता हूँ मांग
किसके पास
मांग भेंचो मांग मैं देता
पहले मेरे को रिवर बैंड
क्या कह रहा है इसका अल्लाह ये ले
तो ये थोड़े सी तो आ गए तो
अरे बी पे मैं वॉल करता हूँ यार तुम बी पे मत खड़े हो और कहीं साइड लेता हूँ
मैं गलत देख रहा हूँ तो जा लोड़े
अरे भाई तू कहाँ जयपुर वयपुर का है क्या कौन बोल रहा है इतनी देर से
सी
आगे लौंडे अरे बहन की चिंकिया
भाई 120 रेज 120
खुले
बहुत सारा भाई बहुत सारा
एक कभी है एक सिटी देख रहा हूँ
बहुत प्यारा बहुत प्यारा भाई बहन तो भाई ये टीम बना के नेक्स्ट मैच और के लेते रैंक पुश हो जाएगा नहीं रियली हम दोनों एक्चुअली पार्टी में है ही अरे मेरे को वैंडल देगा क्या भाई बाय
स्काई और जेट को तो लाओ स्काई और रेना को तो लाओ पार्टी में वही तो
भाई मैं नहीं खेलूंगा अभी ब्रो मेरा 5 घंटे से खेल रहा हूँ
कोई नहीं और खेल
You want to play? Let's play.
ये तो नहीं लागे
सी है
बी
सी घुसने
Sky heal.
Reloading.
Healing over here.
आएगा
सी पे बंदे हैं
भाई यहाँ पे रेस है बी पे बहुत प्यारा
ओ
कहाँ है
बी नहीं वहां से मत जा स्काई यहाँ से जा गराज से जाओ
बी देख रहा हूँ बी के बाहर
कैंप हो रहा है कैंप इधर ही है
Yes, up.
कवर ले
30 seconds left.
चेंबर यही है
Last player standing.
ओ भाई
बोला था
भाई तगड़ा मार गया वो
अबे
कोई नहीं
ये वेट कर रहा था
भाई क्या बोल रही है
Last round of the half.
भाई इसमें एक पॉइंट खींच लो फिर
Help a girl out, would ya?
ड्रॉप मिलेगा
Help a girl out, would you?
भाई कहाँ पे आओ मैं
Help a girl out, would ya?
भाई ड्रॉप दे दो
भाई ड्रॉप दे दो कोई
अरे मैं तेरे को देता हूँ तुम मेरे को दे दे
रेना और रेज तुम्हारे पास पैसे
तू गन हटा टाइम मैं तू मेरे को दे मैं तेरे को देता हूँ
ऑप्शन ही नहीं आया
और अरे मेरे पास गन ही नहीं है माँ की
पैसे तो थे यार।
Enemy spotted me. Reload.
यार
Hawk out. Blinded.
Cutting the
अरे यार सब घुस गए।
Yeah, all are inside, bro. Why do you leave side free?
और कितने?
One less.
गराज गराज गराज।
Spike planted.
Time to hunt.
सेव करके फायदा नहीं ब्रदर जानो।
Joke's over. You're dead.
Hawk out.
अरे अंधाधुंध मारा वो। हाँ।
कोई 7-5 लगाए जी। अटैकिंग में
Switching
आता है।
sides.
अटैक में था।
Hello bro, Peter. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining me.
Help a girl out, would you?
जानो मैं मेरे को दे।
Help a girl out, would ya? Cheers, mate.
Hello भाई।
Weapon here.
ज़्यादा
मेरे
पीछे आ रहा।
पास मेरे पास हील है, थोड़ा कवर लेके हील ले।
अरे ए चलेंगे, ए इजी रहेगा पहले राउंड में, कह रहा हूँ आज।
चलो आ जाओ
सी पे सी, क्योंकि चैम्बर शेरिफ चलाएगा सी पे।
हाँ आवाज मत देना फिर चल।
Reloading. Healing over here.
चोट दिया गया बड़ी।
Reloading.
अरे हील दे लला। और दे
Out of healing.
अरे
हाँ
There.
जेट
Hawk out. Reloading.
उधर
चलो बूम।
छुपा हुआ।
One enemy remaining.
प्लांट रुक मैं देख।
Here.
ऊपर देखो
छुप जा।
अरे टीपी है उसका यहाँ।
कहाँ?
मेरे पास।
अरे यार 94 एक हेड लगा उसको, 94 टैग।
Hawk out. Blinded.
अरे माँ की चोट, मेरा ध्यान ही नहीं, मैं मैप पे देख रहा हूँ। भाग जा।
That's done. Not ready yet.
क्या रहा?
Last player standing.
प्यारा भाई प्यारा।
स्लॉट है क्या भाई? मैं जा रहा हूँ ब्रो, अब खेल रहे थे हम, बट खेलेंगे कोई नहीं, फिर कभी खेलेंगे।
A girl out, would you?
दिन को खेलेंगे।
अरे मेरे को भी दे दो यार, थोड़ा गरीबी में हूँ भले।
स्लॉट को कहाँ है, कौन सा बुकिंग है वो? स्लॉट ही स्लॉट है ब्रो।
Help a girl out.
स्पेक्टर है आपका? स्पेक्टर
भाई एक लौंडा इधर राजस्थान का लग रहा है, पता नहीं क्यों।
अब चल पड़ो, किधर मर्जी
देख के।
गराज में घुस रहा हूँ मैं गाइस।
Hawk out.
Spike down. C.
मैं उठा ले रहा हूँ
भाई। कैंप करके बैंड का टका फूटी वाला अंदर ही कैंप है।
रेना क्या करो
भाई।
अरे कैंप कर रहा लेफ्ट में।
अरे यार कहाँ छुपे हैं यार?
चैम्बर तेरे को ही कह रहा था, लेफ्ट में कैंप कर रहा।
इसको हील दे दे।
Healing over here.
साइड मरेगा।
Hawk out.
लेफ्ट में देखा ले
Don't make sound.
30 seconds left.
एक और
Last player standing.
Bro, come bro.
Spike down B.
I got the spike.
10 seconds left.
Fake plan. Bro, where are you from? Like South India? Karnataka.
We know what we're doing.
We all
Trust
from
each other.
yellow. I am from
right?
I'm saving.
Bro.
कर्नाटक only.
From where na?
Not from Telugu, I guess.
Enemy spotted C.
वाह भैया चेम्बर लोड़े पीछे ट्रैप लगाना होता है कहाँ लगा रहा है
Enemy spotted C. Dropped.
Yeah. Sky come there and heal bro.
Sky सबको heal दे भाई.
नहीं है.
Heal.
नहीं है.
Plant Sky. Bro, flank bro. Where the fuck is your trap, man?
एक city.
One flank.
एक backstab.
He's coming garage.
One
garage.
enemy remaining.
Garage.
Last city.
Garage.
Nice. Phantom this guy.
Help a girl out, would ya? Reloading.
Guys, see balls.
कभी neon.
Reloading.
Nice. Wow. Oh fuck.
Phoenix kick. Enemy spotted C. Reloading.
Backstab देख.
अरे यार तीनों गराज में.
One enemy remaining.
Shotgun उस पे देख. अरे ऑफ पड़ी थी यार मैंने हक दिया भैया चोर ऑफ पड़ी थी देना भूल
I got this guy, bro. This Reyna in our team.
अरे किसी को वैंडल में
I knew he was the same guy. I was playing with his
अरे वीर लोड़ा तेरे पास पैसे नहीं.
And I got him. Got you, bro.
I think we should go A this time.
Yeah, I have ult. Let's push.
Okay.
Sky, here. अरे भेड़ तो Sky heal.
What the fuck?
Bro, यार ये बार इसमें चैट ने दुखी करती है भाई. 105 टैग दे. Chamber 105.
Satchel out.
भाई क्या I ran like
भाई उसने क्या जज चलाई है भाई उधर.
I ran like hell from there.
कोई नहीं भाई अपन भी चलाएं.
वैंडल दिया Sky वैंडल.
Help a girl out, would you?
गोली ऑफ चला तो मार.
Bro, You have operator skin.
अरे ए चलो, मैंने बोला ए भाई, अल्ट है मेरे पास क्या।
चले,
मैं
ये आओ भैया।
एंट्री मैं दिलवाऊंगा, तुम ऐसे ही मजे
सब
में।
ये सब
आओ आओ ये आओ।
भाई
वेट वेट,
Bro, you don't blind, bro. You ult, bro.
अल्ट मार।
अरे मैं तो घुसो
कोई नहीं घुस पाया भाई अंदर।
3
एक्स्ट्रा बोल रहा। chill easy.
Rev me, bro.
Heal, I need healing. Sky heal दे दे।
My ult's not ready. Healing over here.
पूरी देना फेंचो दे, क्या आधी आधी कर रहा है।
Go side.
अरे कहाँ यार, ये हर बार है जो कैंप, इसने कैंप लिखा लिया।
Player standing. 30 seconds left.
इधर राइट।
I have the spike.
एक बी पे था, विंडो पे। गराज से आएगा।
Enemy remaining.
एक गराज से आएगा।
Spike planted.
लॉन्ग पे खेले डाले और रीलोड मार ले। बहुत प्यारा।
नाइस।
भाई इनसे नहीं होगा, मतलब सामने वाले से।
हैंडल दिस गाय।
Help a girl out, would you?
हैंडल दिस गाय।
पूरी आज तेरे छाती पे मौसम
हम भी जा सकते हैं, उन पे सेज भी नहीं है, सारे डी लिस्ट भरे पड़े हैं।
Yes, it is possible.
You want to play? Let's play.
Cover me.
मिड डोर, मिड विंडो।
पीछे से कैंप करो ना भाई।
विंडो
Last player standing.
अरे भाई
Below you, left side.
छी
One enemy remaining.
Behind me. 2 bullets.
40 तो मैंने भी दे रखा, उसने भी दे।
ओ भाई
Nine.
नाइस ट्राई। लो था यार वैसे बहुत।
भाई मैंने वो चेंबर को वन टैप अच्छा पड़ा था।
तुम नहीं जाते इससे
स्पेक्टर
बढ़िया।
दिया।
Help a girl out, would you?
दे दे।
Help a girl out, would ya? Cheers, mate.
शॉर्ट रेंज की विंडो कवर। अरे 2 एफ की कैसे हो गए?
I think they both are playing from one house, I guess. I don't know.
चैम्बर एंड रेस बोथ एफ के। बी केयरफुल
Play
गाइस।
slow. Let them push.
नाइस। आने दो उनको, स्लो खेलो।
ये देखते रहना।
Don't make sound.
Enemy spotted B.
Joke's over. You're dead.
30 seconds left.
Hawk out! Hawk out!
Time.
मेरे को plant कर Sky.
10 seconds left.
Just plant, bro. It's okay if you lose also.
Last player standing.
अरे वैंडल उठा के सेव कर ले. वैंडल उठा ले भाई पीछे पड़ी पीछे. अरे भाई पीछे उठा ले. पीछे भाई.
It seems these strangers want me dead.
Spike is here.
They're not supposed.
Spike is here.
Reloading. Help a girl out, would you? Help a girl out, would ya? Cheers, mate.
Phantom, bro.
Help a girl out, would you?
Careful of.
Enemy C.
Hawk out. Blinded.
Stop blinding, bro, please.
Trap destroyed.
Fuck is that trap?
क्या ट्रैप लगा रहा भाई?
Hi, I'm pissed. Reloading. Time to hunt.
Gun here.
Backstab देखो.
Cutting their vision.
ये चलो.
Reloading.
Our spike carrier's down.
Spike down. C.
Spike का C गिर
30
गया भाई.
seconds left.
पे टाइम नहीं है यार. C प्लांट करो. फटाफट C आ जा.
10 seconds left.
फटाफट.
One enemy
भग
remaining.
जा. 6 5 लगा. अरे भाई इतनी आगे क्यों जा रहा है? चेंबर मूर्ख है क्या? अरे बहनचोद. भाई टाइम मिलते ही पहले वहीं पे गिर देना. स्पाइक आगे जा रहा है यार. टाइम नहीं था. अगर पहले करता हो जाता. वैंडल ले स्काई. स्काई वैंडल.
Help a girl out, would ya?
Spike's here. Has one.
ये आ जाओ ये.
राज में ट्रैप हो गया. लेफ्ट में है रेना. बी साइड में लेफ्ट में. राइट में चला गया. लेफ्ट में.
Hawk out.
नाइस. सी खाली है. अरे 1B.
Planted. Healer.
Bro, next time. So tell them to fucking put trap backstab, bro. Next time, please. Alt kar, bro.
Seek them out. Found one.
Push mat kar.
Hawk out.
One heaven.
Last player standing.
Please do not mistake my smile.
Spike
I
is
take
here.
this all very seriously.
अरे फैंटम
Help a
इसका
girl out, would you? Help a girl
फैंटम
out,
देना
would ya?
चाहिए
Cheers, mate.
Can I get a drop?
Don't give them ground. Here. Hawk out.
Bomb buddy out.
Reload.
Reloading. I dropped the spike. Enemy spotted.
Last
Spike
player
carrier
standing.
down.
Spike down mid.
I have no faith in this game, bro.
भाई ए होगा सीधा सीधा ए चलो
Match point.
फैंटम दियो उसका
Help a girl out.
Ah, Ray's only no, bro, was shouting at me for insta locking Reyna.
Who was shouting?
I guess
Help a
it's
girl out,
Ray's.
would ya?
No, bro, nobody shouted.
Time to mobilize my pack.
Reloading.
Hawk out.
Spike.
Spike. Chamber, bring the spike.
I don't believe him. Give spike.
Come fast.
Enemy spotted A.
Reyna, you can ult.
Hawk out. Blind fools. Our spike carrier's down.
Guys, what the
Spike
fuck is
down
going
A.
on, bro? Like literally, I don't know.
Last player standing.
Chamber pit.
Not ready yet.
30 seconds left. Defenders win.
Bye. Okay, bro. Good night, bad.
Good night.
Good night. Very tough, bro. Very tough. What the heck was going on? Oh, these gold really plana. In bronze lobby, how gold players are coming in? Is bronze like anyone can play? I don't think so. Gold 3 platinum was there, bro. I think one of us is. Where did that guy go? That was platinum, I guess, because he told yesterday he's platinum, so maybe he was using his main account. But here it is, bronze 3. But yeah, it's better than other days. I don't think I have to delete this one. Thank you for joining, guys. See you soon. Please like and subscribe and share if you can. What's that? Updating video card drivers on a PC. Bro, what is this error, bro? Nvidia 52.86. What happened, bro? Bro, they are developing like, I don't know, man, $5,000, $10,000 graphic card. The heck is this? RTX 40 is out. Were you selling 16 series and then other side you selling 40 series, bro? What the fuck is this? How can they sell good quality content will be visible on this 16 series? This is what I'm talking about. What's visible in this? This is what I'm talking about. They sold this series. It is very expensive, bro. This one is very expensive. And then 4090. The fuck? 4090 is out and it will be having, I think, a cost around 1500, bro. The fuck? And it's out of stock. Wow. 4090 gigabyte. Supreme Liquid, what is going to do? It's wait, this one, bro. Seriously, bro. .67, 8 GB. Okay. Let's compare with this. 1.70, 673 gigahertz, bro. What the fuck? Ninja, hello man. Hello bro, welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining, man. Please subscribe and like, bro. So yeah, 3090 is $900,000. Okay, 1.70 gigahertz, and there is 3060 Ti, 1.67. Not a big difference. It's a big difference. See, game since your video cards are outdated, bro. It's the latest, and you're saying it's outdated. What the fuck, bro? Seriously. Activision. This is the latest. So what they have in Call of Duty or Black Ops Mobile, Modern Warfare. of Duty and on Spider-Man, but I did not know Modern Warfare 3. Bro, it is Modern Warfare 3. Is Modern Warfare 3 out, bro? What the fuck? Okay, it's about the support. Okay. 30 million players, bro. Right now 21 million players are playing Call of Duty Modern Warfare. Seriously? Or it's Steam, what's it? Top selling, top played games, players online in Steam. Okay, I thought top sellers. Call of Duty, Counter Strike. Cool. Counter Strike is free. FIFA 23. Okay, most played games. Which one are these? Call of Duty, Dota. I have Dota, but I don't find it that interesting. Call of Duty, Team Fortress, Rust, New World, Apex I have, but current players. Bro, where are these players playing, bro? I guess they are not streaming. Grand Theft Auto. Bro, PUBG 390. Valorant, where is Valorant? Valorant is in Steam, like counts in Steam or not? No Valorant, bro. What the fuck? Why? I think it should show up, but in some other, I would say, like platform. Destiny 2 I have, but I don't know why people don't like it. I streamed it few days.